Hello everyone, I am Rex Red. I am back with another awesome EZ3DTV tutorial today. We are going to be working with Morph Master. And we're going to probably end up reading, I haven't even tried to use this yet, so we're probably going to just have to read the manual and all the boring stuff. So if you don't want to sit through a 2 or 3 hour tutorial on learning something, then it might not be the tutorial for you, but stay around and see if you want to be here or not. So I've got to select the stream. It says, okay, there we go. We've got an excellent connection, and let's load up our live chat. Okay, so I will be right back. We're going to do our splash screen. Okay, so somewhere in here is our Morph Master thing. Maybe can we click on this? Blend Morph Master blend morphs and lipstick stains. I think it's like, I'm not sure why this is all called that, but somewhere in here is the Morph Master program. So yeah, now the DAZ store, I kind of was hoping the new year might bring in a change, but again, it's just like all female stuff, and the males that are in the store are beasts, like kind of just really ugly looking things, and then you look, just ugly males, and then back to pretty, and then just, it's just, then, it's just, again, just this kind of, it's the same crap, and I'm kind of just, this guy's hot, and then look at these, we got this for a male, and we got this, so it's the same stuff there, and I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm just getting tired of the whole thing, and I'm just saying, is 3D art worth it anymore? I'm just like, maybe not. Maybe I just can't stand 3D art because of the way DAZ has kind of portrayed it for so many years. It just gets really tiring. It just never seems to change at all. So, okay, but that's it. So, I'm kind of, this channel, I've just gone out and gotten myself a job. I had to get a job because I can't seem to make it on YouTube. I've made it like more than most people. One of my channels has 2 million views a month, but it's not really enough to pay the bills. It's not an income. It's not, and basically every single avenue is being kind of dipped in by this massive corporation. It's just not, I can't make a living from it. So I have to go out and get a different job. And that's what I've done. I've gone out and I'm still going to try and do things because YouTube is a wonderful place to showcase your stuff. It's just probably not really a place to make a living. So if you're thinking of it, don't. Get a regular job and use YouTube just to maybe showcase a few things here and there. This channel took me 5 years to get monetized, and once I got it monetized, well, it's bringing in about maybe a dollar to 50 cents a day. It's like, wow. And so, but one thing that YouTube has taught me, okay, it's taught me to put my time into things that that I don't make money on, and so that I don't like to work for free. it's taught me to work for free. And, you know, and believe it or not, you might think I'm being sarcastic, but that's a valuable lesson, okay? Because not everything you do needs to be, you know, needs to have a dollar figure on it, okay? Some things we do in this world because we just like, because we're human beings and we give, you know, and I don't know that really, maybe, so I'm not really sure, but it's just something that I've kind of picked up and I've learned. And so everything in my life, because, you know, some people are like that, where everything they do has to have a dollar figure. Time is money, you know. No, time isn't always money, okay? It's not. And so I've put a lot of time into my YouTube channels, and it's not brought like hardly any money. And I mean, if you go out and get a good job, you can earn what you earn, like on a fairly good, successful YouTube channel. You can earn that, what you earn in a month, in a day. Okay, so it's just like, so at this point, I have somebody else who's willing to pay me for my time, actually, you know, and so that's happening. You know, I just bought a brand new car. Okay, now I actually have things happening in my life. So at this channel, I'm going to try and keep, now this is the Morph Master, and again, apparently the person who made this, you know, it's by Matteo. All right. He's got the whole thing down. It's the pretty girl and the ugly guy with pus and pimples pouring out of his face and excruciating, you know, like emaciated body. And she's like just as pretty and everything. And oh, he adores her. This is whoever made this is part. Obviously, they get the whole Daz cult because, you know, their whole cult, they see this and say, yep. It's the Beauty and the Beast. It's the ugly male and the pretty girl. I'm going to buy this. And, you know, I bought it because there's some kind of, because it actually has a function, you know. I didn't buy it because it reinforces the Beauty and the Beast kind of thing, you know, that males are only good until they reach a certain age and then they're all worthless, you know. Yeah, that's kind of, so it's just that the whole Daz store is kind of makes me sick now, okay? Going in there, it just kind of makes me disgustedly ill. And so I'm going in there and I'm just picking out a few things, and this Morph Master kind of caught my eye as being something kind of functional. Is it really functional? I didn't pay a lot for it. I got it kind of on sale and everything. So we're going to go down and look through this and see what is going on. Hello, dear artist. Thank you for purchasing Matteo's Morph Matter. Okay, Morph. I think there's supposed to be an S there. Maybe not. Maybe Master is spelled that way sometimes. Okay, Morph Master includes 19 powerful scripts. Okay, this looks pretty cool, okay? Designed to enhance your productivity, improve realism of your renders in EZ3D Studio. Unlike traditional methods of creating morph properties, these scripts require no special preparation, such as resetting the figure's resolution to base or removing wearables or detecting geographs. Morph Master handles all these tasks for you, transforming what was once a meticulous and time-consuming process into a seamless one-click operation. Okay. This is your first step after installing Morph Master. To simplify working with Morph Master to the maximum, all load and save parameters are configured here in Preferences and Setup, and then utilized by all Morph Master scripts without the need to request them each time they are required. Okay? Okay, okay, this looks like it's a little more involved. It's like suddenly, okay, Morph Master for Daz Studio, and immediately we're taking, okay, it doesn't say Morph Master for Daz, okay. Immediately we're taken into Blender, okay. So create a folder where Morph Master will export Daz objects for subsequent modification into an external application such as Blender. To avoid overwriting your important files, do not store anything in this folder except files created by Morph Master. If you need to keep specific files for future use, copy them to another location. Specify this folder in the folders for exporting Daz objects. After modifying the object in an external application like Blender, always save the object, ready for transfer back to Daz Studio in the same file. Specify the name and path for this file in the OBJ file for importing morphs. If desired, you can store this file in the same directory specified in the folder for exporting Daz object. However, if saving objects for import into the same file conflicts with your workflow, uncheck always use the same OBJ file to import morphs. In this case, Morph Master will prompt you to specify the path during the import process. Okay? Make sure that the import scale and export scale settings match those in the external application where you create morphs for import into Daz 3D. By default, import scale equals 1, export scale equals 1, which will work with Blender. Below are screenshots of the corresponding import and export settings for OBJ files in Blender. So this is the import wavefront object, and this is what you select. Okay, smooth groups, image search, lines. Okay, you uncheck poly groups, keep vertex order, and Z, minus Z forward. Okay, Y is up, minus Z, that sounds right. Okay, this is for Blender. Make sure to keep vertex order is selected. Okay, that's very important. Your export folder will appear in recent, the lower left side of the screenshot after the first usage. Okay, so it will be, all right, so it will show up in this recent files. Okay, this is the export wavefront. This would be from, okay, so this would be import into Blender, okay, of your object. So you morph it in Blender, then you export it out, and this is the export window. Once you have imported your object into Blender, this is kind of helpful here, okay, once you have exported your object into Blender, then you morph it and do whatever you want to the shape of it, and when you're ready to export it out, you set the scale to 0. You have these all selected, the things checked here. Okay, keep vertex order. Make sure your geometry section is equal to the one depicted in the screen above. You can save these options as operator preset. Where is that? Operator presets. Okay, so save it here. So that when you go to export anything else, okay, apparently this program is requiring, I really didn't think that this was going to be this. I thought what it was going to be was dForce, okay, so using dForce, okay, so it makes sense now what we're doing here, okay, these have to do with morphing things, okay, so that you can bring them in and into Daz. And if you look at the picture here, okay, up top, we go back to the top. Okay, what they've done is taken this ball here, They've put a little dent in it here, a little dent in the ball here, and a little dent in it there. And then they have, they've put a little dent in the bottom of the ball possibly, and a little dent in the couch. Looks like they put a little dent in the couch here, maybe. And I would assume they've done something here also to put little dents so that when her hands fit here, it doesn't look like it's going right through. So, and it looks like they've done something here with the couch, maybe. They brought the couch into Blender. So what they've done is exported a lot of things into Blender. So, I just don't know why this has to be done like this. Why the male figure couldn't have been just Michael or somebody, It's like, why? Why? Who's the one behind making all of these images? What kind of people are these that just keep making these terrible images? This is really kind of the most, putrid looking figure that's ever been made for Genesis 9. Genesis 9, I don't know I think it might be Genesis 8, I'm not sure, but this is this figure, like he's got these really weird kind of teeth, and he's got like these obvious, like really bad acne zits, a gigantic nose, and it's just an emaciated body. It's like, who keeps doing this? It's like, what's up with this? It's like, yeah, I'm not sure what this is saying, really. What is this? Why is this a constant thing with Daz Studio, with the art? Is there somebody making these images who's just hates men? I don't know what it is, but it's just become excruciatingly painful to just go into the Daz store anymore. It really has. And I can't deal with the store anymore. I'm just in and out of there as quick as I possibly can get in and out. All right. And eventually I'm probably going to just not want to go there anymore. And it's becoming that way. It's like, okay, I got enough stuff. I don't really need any more Daz stuff. Okay. And I don't need to be subjected to the store. All right, I'm tired of it. This is what's probably happened. If it's happened to me, it's happening to other people. Okay, and that's why, Daz is kind of a mediocre company. They're not making really a lot of money. Not like billions. They're not a $1 billion company because they've pushed out like a good portion of the market by their management, okay? Bad management. They've pushed it out, and they've done it for years and years and years. There's an entire market out there that they have alienated. It's that simple, okay? So make sure that your geometry is equal to this. I'm sorry, this is what you're going to hear. My channel, I'm not obviously not paid for. It's not obviously not paid for by Daz Studio. All right. Morph Master was tested with Blender only. Okay. Yeah. Serenity's Gate. It does. It really. It does. And there's. That. So yeah. I've come to that kind of conclusion that I figured, okay, it's another year. And they are pretty much like you go into the Daz store and you see pretty. You see, and like ugly male beasts. The males are ugly beasts, okay? And then you go back to pretty. And this is pretty much saying, we're back. This isn't going to be another year of the same crap, okay? And everybody says, oh, yeah, they're core people, that they only cater to that small little subsection of culture. Okay, they say, oh, you know, yeah, look at it. And you know, eventually, I think it's just going to evolve to like this kind of clothing, bras and garters and panties and earrings and makeup. Okay, that's, you know, and hair. That's all that's going to be left of the Daz store. Okay, and you know, and it's like, it's just that that's it. That's going to be just like lingerie. You know, I don't know how else to say it, but that's what's going to be left to the Daz store, is just that. Okay, it's eventually just going to be hair and panties. You know, so you know, that's it. It's just you go and it's like, I don't know. This is the transgender. You know, look. Okay, so we can't even have an actual male here. It's got to be a transgender male. Okay, if this is a male. Okay. And then and on both sides, it's pretty, and then he's hot, okay, and then pretty. We go back down through pretty, you know, okay, and the next male is going to be obviously really kind of ugly, you know. So as he comes up, here we go, beast. He's hot, okay, and then pretty. It's just lingerie, pretty hair. And then this guy, okay, so yeah, he's hot. Hey, Chris, what's up? Welcome. We are back. I'm not sure how much of this channel I'm going to be. I just started another job. So at this point, I make about what I make on YouTube a month, in you know, a day. I just bought a brand new car, and things are you know, I just can't I can't make a living on YouTube. YouTube decided during the Christmas months to demonetize my channel. So you know, it's like, what can I say? It's just I'm still going to use YouTube. This channel's still monetized, so occasionally I might come in and do something here and there when I can find something other than panties and lingerie to buy in the store, okay? When I can find something other than that to actually buy, that's quality. Because when people finally make stuff for men in the store, it's usually just slapped together because they figure they're not going to get paid. Well, guess what, people? I've been working on this channel for 5 years, and I've never gotten paid. I've never been paid for this channel, okay? But I still work on this channel. I have thousands of hours worth of tutorials on this channel that I've never been paid for. Never. But I still work on them, okay? 044, welcome. I am good. Things are really... Actually, they're good in my life. You know, the things are good. You know, I just went out and bought myself a brand new Chevy. I love it. It's a Chevy Trailblazer, brand new. I've got a job now that is doing well. Things are well for me, and you know, and YouTube has helped me. You know, you know, I had to work really hard for every penny that I have ever pulled out of YouTube, okay? And I've just kind of been greeted, you know, with a lukewarm kind of thing, like love-hate. They love what I do, but then they hate it, you know? And it's just, and there's no way around it. I've got 200,000 subscribers. They never gave me any kind of award. Because, you know, I guess because I'm gay, I don't know. But, you know, it's just at this point, I've had to kind of move on and just say, all right, you know, and my fans, they're the ones being hurt, okay? Because YouTube can't, I know for sure that YouTube like kind of limits my channel and where it can actually go. There was one time my channel was getting 16,000 views an hour. It's like, oh, they put a stop to that. And then when I start putting out like videos all the time, that's when they demonetize me and say, slow down. It's too much, too many videos. You know, it's just, okay. So the whole gay thing on YouTube, I don't know if it's a Google thing. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing. I don't know what it is, but it sucks being an artist. It really sucks being an artist on this channel, on YouTube, a gay artist. It really sucks. So at this point, I don't know what else to do. You know, it's so, but, so that means that now that I'm working another job, that, you know, I am going to give them my time, the lion's share of my time, because they are being good to me, okay? In ways like, you know, so I was able to get the fame thing on YouTube, but the fortune, they kind of took, okay? It's like the fortune part of my work here is all been just squandered, and basically it went to YouTube. They took the portion. So you know, I'm known all over the world now as a music artist, but the rest is just, but I'm poor as a pauper. And so I've had to go and find something else to dedicate my skills, my life's knowledge and all of that. I've had to find something else to do. Okay, so if you're an aspiring artist thinking of making money on YouTube, don't do it. Even if you're not gay, don't do it. Okay, because the chances of you making it here on this platform is almost like next to zero. And there's only a few people, and the people that are really making money and all, they're a lot of them are really suspect as even being really good people. So yeah, a lot of the gamers, you know, that YouTube gives them 1 million viewers and they make all this money, and they're just potty mouth and swearing all the time and putting down all these companies. And it's like, yeah, it's like I put down Daz Studio where they deserve it. Okay, I didn't name this video with some kind of you know, clickbait title. Okay, I didn't put a clickbait title on this. I said making, you know, mastering Morph Master. Okay, that's the name of this title. I didn't use some kind of clickbait like the raunchy sexism in the Daz store. You know, you know, because Daz Studio is a beautiful program, and 3D art is a wonderful discipline when it's not being like overrun by this sexist culture. Okay, 3D art is a very beautiful discipline and field of art. Okay, and I just can't put up with it anymore. I can't put up with this all of the sexism. All right, I can't stand the Daz store anymore, and I just can't stand to go in there anymore. Okay, there's no, you know, it's this constant like that men are beasts and women are pretty. Okay, and I'm just tired of it. Look, you know, this is January 2025, and this is what we get for men. Okay, this is men. Now this is men, and we go down. Oh, pretty, and this I think is supposed to be a guy. Does that look like a guy to you? Young male, young. That doesn't really look like a man to me. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. Oh, and here's Maiko as a female, just in case. You know, and then back to pretty, okay? So it's just, I can't deal with this. I just can't. And look at this guy. All right. These morphs, this is the male. Okay. I wonder why male stuff doesn't sell in the Daz store. I wonder why. Okay. And then back to pretty. And then this guy, it's like, is there really any comparison between the level of art that went into this and the level of art that went into that? Okay? This is hair, male hair, okay? Look how clumped up and kind of just, I didn't even buy it. It's like, no, I don't think, if it doesn't look good on this, it's not going to look good on my figure. It's just not. And then, lingerie, makeup, earrings, it's like, this is what 3D art is. That's all it is female stuff. Okay, don't you know? Don't you know? And then look, male clothing. It's finally some male clothing, And then this is pretty good. So this male clothing, so it, I'm just kind of, it's, after 6 years, and it's been going on for longer than that, since all the way back to Victoria, where nothing was made for Michael, and it was all, and why? Because they just basically, like a magnet, pulled in all of these female buyers, and the kind of men who are just like obsessed with female lingerie and lesbians, okay? And that's what the whole Daz audience is this group of men who are like just all sexual, everything sexualizing women and lesbians, okay? And that's the entire Daz mindset. That's the management. That's the entire company. That's what it is, okay? And so the males are all feminized, okay, in this, all right? Or they're just these beasts, okay? And that's what 2025 is going to be. And it's like, you know what, Daz? I don't think I'm going to stick around too much for it. I'm kind of back to the point where I'm just going to come in and I'm going to just buy like ultra scenery stuff and just, it's like, I don't know anybody who wears clothes like this. This is a Daz original. This is like a few decades late. This is beautiful artwork, okay? And actually, the belt looks like it's, yes, that's what it is. And guess what, Michael? You're probably, after a while, you're not gonna want to be here. They're gonna drive you away like they do, so they can control the entire field of 3D art. It's like it's a cabal, all right? That's what it is, all right? And that's what a lot of people do when they come into the Daz store. They just see, maybe, I'm gay myself, so I have nothing. I love lesbians. I have lesbian friends. I absolutely adore lesbians. I just, so I have nothing. But when it completely overruns everything else, because they've got this group of like really kind of, I don't know, lecherous men and lesbians, and they're both like teamed together to make sure that men are treated like are treated like beasts, so they can keep up they're putting out their lingerie and their tight little lacy things, which I have nothing against that either. But when it completely overruns everything else, and then it's like, what's this? It's just, it's tough, and it's kind of like masculine, all right, and everything. They could have given him some hair, but, I really think he would have done really well with some hair, but it's just, I don't know. I think Billy Idol is a few decades off, and, is this really how men, I don't know of any men who I kind of respect, who dress like this anymore. They're just completely out of touch. They're out of touch. And then the men's hairstyles, it's like, was this hair really made for a man, or really was it repurposed for, says, so, well, we got this beautiful hair and we got to do something with men. Let's do something with, Guns N' Roses. Again, a couple of decades late, all right? So, it's just, I don't know. And, I do art, but I don't know how many devils and demons and things like that I do really, we're in a time, professional outfits. Yeah, you know what? I asked them, I went into the Daz store and I asked them for a pair of, I said, could I just have a pair of male cutoff jeans? And I said, I don't want hot pants. I said, I just want a pair of male cutoff jeans and something that, like a little bit above the knee, not like right up into the crotch kind of jeans. Some male cutoff blue jeans, is that too much? Something that a lot of men do, they cut off their old jeans and they wear them as shorts in the summer. And, it is kind of 70s and 80s or whatever, but no. And what did we get? We got instead these, okay? They say, oh, here's your cutoff. Do you think I'd put these on a man? No. So, but we got a really nice pair of this, and this is the way women should wear their clothes, right? Because, it's like the lecherous men and the lesbians, you put them together and yeah, that's the way women should dress, right? They're making it a statement that this is the way women should dress, and, and it's like, all I did was ask for a pair of cut off jeans. Now maybe there's a morph that makes these go a little bit longer, but I'm sure it's going to stretch out the texture. And it's like, I'm not interested. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. I mean, it's like the kind of males that, and it's just, and you know what? I wouldn't even bat an eyelash at this if there was a wealth of other stuff in the store, okay? If there was a wealth, and it's like the saying, if you build it, they will come, all right? But if you don't build it, they won't come, all right? And that's the thing, is if you put a bunch of males, if you make males look as beautiful as the females, if you give them some the store a whole lot of high quality clothing. Now they came out with we go here and hide items. Okay, we go down through here and we will find this suit. Okay, this flashy suit. Well, they sold the flashy suit, okay, with tune colors. So in order to get this, to actually get a flashy suit, which I think this was pretty well made. And the reason why I say that is because, look, oh my gosh, the belt isn't way up above his belly button. Isn't that amazing? That the belt is actually where a male's belt goes, okay? So somebody listened, okay, to me. Now the crotch kind of looks a little bit weird. Did they really put that? And the way this kind of protrudes here, it doesn't look right, okay? But I could use Mesh Grabber and kind of maybe fix this. So is this really top notch? No, it doesn't look top notch to me, okay? Something looks wrong there, okay? It just doesn't look right, okay? But I could probably put up with it. I actually bought it because there's so little male stuff, okay? But the whole thing is they gave us tune colors, okay? So if you go down here, it says DAZ filament materials, okay? So they're not even Iray. So, in order to get the Iray, you actually have to spend more money, okay, to get the Iray I think I have to turn this off and on. They haven't fixed it again. Okay, so they still haven't fixed the store. If you go back, it doesn't go, even though it says hide items I own, they're still hidden. Okay, so yeah, fix your store, Daz. Okay, so I think I just unhid them again. Okay, let's see, did I? All right, unhide them, and now they should be back. All right, so in order to actually get Daz textures for them, okay, and these textures are kind of a little bit like Mod Pod, you know. It's like, I don't know, maybe this is kind of cool, but I really don't know anybody who wears clothes like this. So I'd have to go through and put like, you know, a white shirt, you know, or something, and some black slacks maybe, or some, you know, tan slacks. Some, you know, the shoes are probably cool. Daz does pretty good on shoes and stuff. So I'd have to go through and actually defeminize or I don't know what this is, kind of to make it look sort of, do the glasses even come with it? Do the goggles? I'm not sure. Probably not. Okay, so they're just something that doesn't even come with it. So I don't think the goggles do. So yeah, they're just, so this is, yeah, they're kind of completely out of touch. Yeah, you have to actually, in order to even get the male pants to work. So people look at that and say, "Oh God, I've got to actually buy the male. I have to buy the textures for the pants in order to get the pants to work," and so they don't buy them, and then the lesbians and the lecherous men, okay, they're part of their little grouping cabal and everything, say, see, male items don't sell. So then let's make some more lingerie. Let's make some more bathing suits. Come on, okay. And then they're back. See, it doesn't sell because nobody bought these expressions. Nobody bought him. Nobody bought this. Isn't he hot? You know, he's just, whoa, just so sexy guy, you know, compared to her and her, he is just drop dead gorgeous, you know. So, yeah, it's not working, Daz. Whatever you're doing, it's not working. And you know, like you got the woman's suit outfit, but this one came actually with the textures on it. Amazing how that works. It actually has real textures, Iray textures. They didn't, and if you'd like to have the anime, you know, textures, you can buy them, I guess. I'm not sure, but yeah. And this is the way little children should sit, you know, okay? So, yeah, this is, you know, I'm just saying, just come on, Daz. Look, just open your eyes and look at it. Just look at it. Look and see what's here. Look at your store, okay? It's, and you know, finally they put out this woman here who is, you know, kind of ugly, you know? It's like, wow, all right. So I wonder how well she sold, you know? So be careful about putting that stuff out because you've got to make sure the quota is that nobody buys the male stuff and everybody buys the female stuff. So this is, poses, you know, for males, okay, because this is the way males usually look. This is the way all males, we all kind of look like that to a lesbian or to, you know, to these kind of lecherous men. This is what we look like. This is what males look like to them. They have this very distorted view of us, okay? So, and that's what we look like. And young boys, they're okay until they get to a certain age, and then they're beasts. They all turn into beasts. Yeah, that's the way. That's the mentality. Okay, so this is what. And look at this guy. He's really hot. So they finally put some male stuff here. You know, so it must be a male because he's all hairy and everything, right? So it must be a male. You know, so this is what we're dealing with here. This is the Daz. Look at this guy. So we got this like fawn girl here, okay? She looks kind of like a princess, okay? Like the mother of dragons kind of look. And then this guy, Mr. Frozen Man, okay? I just rushed right out and bought him because he's so hot. I mean, cold, I mean, but yeah, hot, you know? And it's like this just, I don't know whether if this is like drag queen face or whatever, but again, it's this feminized face that it's like, Daz, I don't think that's going to sell too well, you know? Genesis 9, the way they did, combining the morphs and expressions into one asset pack for male and female. You're probably right, Michael, because I look at it like it's easier. I think it was a good idea, but if it just means that now all we have to do is make female stuff, and if they want stuff for their male, they can repurpose it and change the colors and change stuff. Now they can use all this female stuff for their males, and then we don't even have to make any male stuff. They just have to take those hot pants and put them on your male, you know. So pretty stuff, okay. And so even things that are typically male stuff, armor, Viking armor. If you look up Vikings, you'll find that they're like the Teutonic Knights. They just came out with a Teutonic Knight set. Women weren't Teutonic Knights. There were like no women who were Teutonic Knights, okay? They may have done some supporting roles, but it was men, okay? But Daz, they're okay. When you go into their forum and you say, Daz, what's up with this stuff that, all this stuff? And they're saying, you're politicizing the store. Stop politicizing the store. And it's like, really? Who's the one putting females, in Teutonic Knights armor, okay? Now, maybe Hollywood does it, okay? And you know what? I have no problem with politicizing the store, but it's just one more dig. You see, I like strong women, okay? I like women who are courageous and break the norms and do things that men do. I love that about women, okay? I absolutely love it, okay? But when it's just all that and when it's everything, it's just that. Okay, I've just muted something here. Hello? What did I do? Hello? Hey, I can't hear myself anymore. What did I just do? Hey. Oh, okay, I can hear myself now. I hope you can hear me now. So when it's just that, when it's just like everything is just like this, again, a spry pleated skirt, okay, it's just everything. Echo stop. It's all just, this is the Daz store. This is what's here. And I'm kind of getting to the point where I just can't stand it anymore, okay? It's like female. It's now kind of, and then lingerie. This is the way demon girls dress, okay? And it's all just more of this tough female stuff, and only females have tattoos, okay? Males do. And then we get, this is the male, okay? We finally get a male. It's a house, but it's a male house, okay? So, yeah, and then this, okay? It's like, and then pretty female. It's quite obvious what's happening here to the 3D world. And these are the Teutonic Knight females, okay? And it's like I said, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with strong women and bringing women including them into all of these roles. Women fishermen, women, who work on oil derricks, and women. I have no problem. Women in the military, I don't have a problem with that, okay? And it's like most men don't. Most women don't, okay? But it's like but the Daz studio is as if they're trying to win some kind of contest to prove something that doesn't need to be proven, okay? That, you know what I'm saying? It's just like more of this and this and this, you know? And then we get finally Mr. Hottie right here. We finally get a hot guy, you know? And it's not like black man can't be hot. It's like this guy, it's just, I'm sorry, but he's just not. And then this is another male. They finally gave us another male, okay? This is, who's politicizing? This entire store is one big, giant turd of a political statement, okay? And it's driving the entire 3D world because of the culture that Daz has decided to pull in, to suck into them like some kind of, you know, I don't know, some filter, you know? It's a filter to pull in all these lecherous men and lesbians together into this cabal of sexuality, and it's just horrible. It's horrible. And there are so many artists out there that are coming into the store and saying, this is just too much, okay? I don't belong here. And it's just going to be another decade of them destroying a community of art, okay? This is what, and you know what? I hate complaining about stuff. I really hate doing this. I hate being the one to do this and to come in and do this. Okay, I do not like doing this because there is so much about Daz Studio that I love. I love Martin Frost. I love Howie, and I love all these amazing. It's just like a kind of punch in the face to all of the really good artists that are in the Daz store. That like the ultra scenery and all of the amazing what is it, the Alienator 2 and you know, the creators of the, you know, of Michael. There's obviously there's a small tiny faction of the Daz artists that have made some really beautiful male stuff, but it's so completely just blown away by this loudspeaker, political loudspeaker, okay, that's blaring and blasting everything away. And it's just, and when something male comes out, it's like, what did they do? Send it back and say, with AI coming, Daz will be cut out of business as soon as Taffy is done with them. Well, the thing is that the damage that's been done to culture, okay, because the thing is there is no, the other artists that would make kind of normal art, like that's not panties and jeans going up the crack of the ass and all of that stuff. The artists that would make kind of normal clothes and beautiful clothes, there's been some, like, you know, the only female clothes that I really buy in the Daz store are these big long flowing dresses so that, you know, because or like a beautiful like silky dress that would because I like classical art and things like a woman standing with an umbrella by a little stream with a bridge going across in the rain, you know, and she's got this beautiful, and it looks like a foggy kind of scene, you know, it's like real art, you know, not like pornography, like real art. and yeah, I know. Yes, you're right, Serenity's Gate. They dictate, and you know, I don't know if the man who's in charge of Taffy and everything, if he's just oblivious or whatever, or if he's just another one of the lecherous males, you know, and the lesbians. So I mean, I don't know the dynamics. It's really none of my business. And you know, at this point, looking at the Daz store, you know, I wonder if I really even care, and it's too bad because. But the thing is, I do care that there are a lot of young artists that are growing up and coming into this store and saying, I don't have a place in this because I can't relate to this. I can relate to ultra scenery. I can relate to a woman standing in this beautiful field with a with you know an umbrella in the rain and the trickling little river standing by in the fog and the white foggy sky and everything. I can relate to that. You know this. I can relate to this. Okay? I can relate. Do you see? I can relate to let's see. This is kind of nice. You know, I can relate to this. All right? I can relate to these things, okay? This is nice. The White Lion London pub, I can relate to this, okay? But I can't relate to this. I just can't relate to this. And that's the thing is that young artists are coming in and saying, what the heck? And they just kind of don't know what to do. And this should be a place that invites them as well, where there's actual, you know, and just enough of this grotesque, sexualized crap, okay? Enough of this. Bring back some standards and quality and something to art. Bring back some decency to art, to 3D art, okay? It's just, okay, this is beautiful, okay? I can look at that and say, this is beautiful, okay? But, you know, it's just, this is nice, okay? This is kind of okay. It's just a little bit overdone. You know, this is interesting. I guess this looks a little bit too straight. Like everything looks too, so, but the thing is, if you do it the right way, I'd have to get rid of this grass, you know, and I have to put something that it looks too straight. Okay. So this is nice work here. So, we got Chris is in here. So, we've got, this is okay. You know, the nurse thing, I think that's very helpful, very utilitarian, very useful, okay, in many ways, okay? So in the hospital room, I think this stuff, I just have no criticism of that whatsoever, okay? But as I go down through this stuff, and like the urban comfy house, that's very nice work, okay? And so as we go down through the London pub, okay, this hair is just like, okay, again, it's just more of this kind of gaudy kind of crap, okay? The farm bundle was nice. It was just, I think, I don't know that it was the level of quality that I was kind of looking for. I'm not sure. But as you go down through, I think I bought it too, and I'm not sure. No, I don't think I did. But then you look at this, the hay bales, okay? That doesn't look like hay to me at all, okay? So there again, it's like, okay, and guess what? You get a pair of jeans with this, another pair of jeans. You know, so that's 2 pairs of jeans that have come out since I asked them in the forums. I went into the requests and said, how about some male cutoff jeans? Something that comes down to about here, okay? you know? And so another pair of a cowgirl outfit, another pair of like trashy clothes, okay? This is what it is, and it's just you know, it's like, what is this? Is this, you know, is this is this turning into a porn site or whatever? Yeah, this is kind of, yeah, this is, I don't want these. They don't look at all like, hey, all right? So, but they got to put something out, you know? The thing is that they should be communicating with the artists more, okay? And saying, what are you working on, okay? We don't want any more lingerie. Stop. Stop with the lingerie. Stop with the tawdry crap, okay? I don't care if a million, you know, men who are, you know, pleasuring themselves want to buy it, okay? You know, it's just enough, okay? Put some stuff out that's actual art. This is beautiful. Now, when I tell you about strong women, I admire this, okay? This I can admire, all right? So, but then it's just like, okay, what in the hell is this? And this hair, it looks like they put a lot more work into this hair than they did the male hair that was there. Now, this elegant loft, this is nice. I think that these kind of scenes are amazing because they come with a bunch of stuff that you can repurpose. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. Daz, they don't want to hear it, okay? Because they're hell bent on another decade of destroying culture, okay? Of pushing their culture, this culture, okay? Into, this is very nice hair. I like this hair, okay? You know, it's a little old-fashioned. It's a little bit kind of conservative. I'm not a conservative. I'm a far-right liberal, okay? So, but you know, even far-right liberals just are not up for, you know, males being portrayed kind of ugly, you know? It's just, even us liberals kind of have our limit, okay? Sexy skin jeans, okay? Another pair of jeans. I don't see anything about cutoffs here, you know? So no male cutoffs. And you figure out of what, 50 years of Daz models, and how common is a pair of cutoffs for males? There are none that you would want to put on a male. There's not one cutoff pair of jeans made for males that look good, okay? That look good, okay? Not one. Maybe they're working on them, okay? So, but yeah, they didn't answer. But they've put out 3 pairs of jeans for females since, at least 3, okay? More lingerie, okay? More female hair, stuff that you wouldn't put on a male, okay? And then, look, this is the way children should be dressed, okay? This is the way you dress children, okay? So, yeah, all of this stuff, just, yeah, again, and this is what they do to Christmas, okay? It's like this kind of thing. And then look at this hottie. I wonder why he didn't sell. Yeah, so, yeah. Stains is pure porn. Yeah, the new product, the lipstick stains. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know what? If there was a whole mass of other stuff, it's like the iceberg is sinking because there's nothing on top, okay? It's like if there was a mass of other stuff, then this stuff wouldn't matter, okay? But the fact is that the entire mass has turned into this, okay? That's the problem, is the entire mass has been usurped. And look at this, you know, this is just really, when I see in the Daz store, like where people are just kind of overly morphed into these muscle things, it's kind of, it's just kind of gross, and it's like, come into the Daz store now. It's like, this is just, I don't need this. I don't need this, I think it looks grotesque. Again, it's like, are you trying to just drive people away from the store? And then we've got this guy. It's like, okay, Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast. And if you do that enough, okay, it will make it seem like that's what reality is. But there are some really god-awful ugly females in this world, and there are some god-awfully ugly males in this world, and there are some beautiful females and beautiful males. That's the way the world is, okay? There are females out there that are terrible people. There are females out there that are good people. There are males out there that are terrible people. There are males out there that are good people. Which are you going to be? I suggest being the good people and taking your body, treating it like a temple, and trying to be the best you that you can be. This is not the epitome of males, okay? So if you're learning about culture through this politicized website, you are seeing a warped view of the world through the lens of sexism and exploitation and lecherism, okay? It's just like, literally, if they could have brought this dress up any further, they brought it up just as high as they could possibly bring it up to not make it porn, okay? All of this, it's just, now, this is kind of nice because I could see this used in a flamenco, with a flamenco dance pose. This is a cultural costume, okay? That's a little different. Somebody actually has some class here, okay? And then these are the males. We finally get a couple of males. And then we go back to pretty, 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 pretty. It's like it's like pretty diarrhea. It becomes so much of it that it just becomes, this is kind of interesting hair. I find this to be elegant. And, it's like when you see something that's actually art out of this, it kind of relaxes your mind just for a moment. For a moment, you have one little strand or shred of hope that maybe the world isn't going to hell. All right? And I'm not a religious person. I'm a liberal. I believe in sexuality. I believe in people being able to wear what they want to wear and do things. And if somebody wants to wear shorts with their ass hanging out of the back, that's fine. It's not the way I dress, but, So, and you have to kind of go down through this a long ways before you actually find like some actual clothing and this is just, it's sort of actual clothing, but then something's not right down here, it's just, you have to, then this is like, oh yeah, okay, so was this really made for a man? No, and this is actually the male version of Victoria, so it's actually like a transgender male. It's not really a male, okay? So it's just like everything is affected through this lens. Everything is just completely disgusting. This store is disgusting, okay? It's a blemish on society. And these pants, I don't know of any male courier who would ever wear pants. If they wore pants like that, hot pants, to work like this, they would be fired, okay? They would be fired from their job for bad taste, okay? But Daz, like, this is nothing. This is the way the world is. This is the way they are. Can't you bring them up a little bit higher? Yeah, this is the way the world is in Daz world, okay? This is what they're trying to portray. This is what our world is supposed to be. You know, it's just, these are kind of nice, but the way they displayed it all just makes it look kind of trashy. You know, this is nice work. This is nice. The folds in this, this looks good, but it's just the way they displayed it is terrible. So they finally, you know, this is probably a self-portrait of whoever it is behind the Daz store. You know, I don't know. So, but yeah, there again, now it's just like this objectified. Then we got this really hot male, okay? He's hot, okay? He's even hotter, okay? And another hot male, okay? And then pretty. So do you get, and you know what? If you follow this all the way down and go back years and years and years, look at him. He's hot, right? Hot, very hot man. Another hot guy. I wonder why he didn't sell, you know? It's like this kind of stuff. Ku, his models, you know, like I said, if there was the top of the iceberg or whatever, if there was this mass of other art, then I would say that Ku, his art, he makes very kind of your everyday kind of people, all right? And so I don't fault him for doing what he does, or she, I don't know. I don't fault their art, okay? But the thing is that when there's such a shortage of attractive male stuff, okay? And if Ku, you know, could kind of figure it out that, you know, if you at least made some male art, okay, that didn't look quite so, you know, it's just, you know, when we have this on the other side, okay, and then we have this. And so I don't really want to criticize Ku, because Ku makes quite a few male figures, okay? But they're just not, they don't compare to the pretty side. And you see what I'm saying is that they don't show males, they kind of show them in a kind of grotesque way, okay? And, you know, this nice, and you know, it kind of gets to the point where, like this guy, you know, it's like in this guy, it's like him, all right? Is he trying, and she's kind of pretty, you know, but, you know, she's sort of okay, but it's just like, it's a whole collection of really goofy looking males, you know, that they, you know, so, and, you know, I've bought a ton of them, so if I hide these items I own, you'll see that I have supported him, because he's one of the I bought this guy, he's kind of okay. I bought him, I don't know, I must have gotten him on some kind of deal. I bought his deep sea bundle. I don't know why I bought him. You know, it's just, I bought this guy. They're not my go-to figures, because they're just kind of, they don't show male. I've supported him because he's one of the only few people making male figures. Okay, but this figure, I think this Vince guy, but when I put him into the scene, he's not quite, but I think he's got something going on there. There's something beautiful about him, okay? But most of these figures, I bought the halfling elf guy, so I just, you know, I bought this guy, so I've supported him because he makes male figures, but I just don't know that, with considering all of the all of the female figures, like she, you know, she's kind of on the pretty side, and I bought him. He's kind of a little diabolical looking, and his eyes are kind of weird. And you know, I don't know. I just wish he'd make then, you know. And then we got this Preston, and he looks like Frankenstein. You know, it's just. It's not what I want to buy. I didn't buy him, Koo. I'm sorry. I didn't. I just don't. You know, not with all this. And so, you know what I do? I shape my own male Genesis 9 figures, because there's no Genesis 9 male figure that has come out that I like their face. None of them. There's a few that are close, but there's just nobody. There's no Genesis 9 figure that is that the Frankenstein thing? Oh, is that what you're laughing at? I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. I'm down to 5 or 6 artists I follow. Everything else is marginal, just crap. That's what's happening with me, okay? I buy scenes, I buy environments, okay? I buy clothing if it's made well, hair. I used to buy like any kind of male hair that came out, and it took me a long time to figure out that if it doesn't look good on the male figure, it's not gonna look good on my models. Okay, so I mean, this is my favorite. This is what I do. I don't even put like a male model. Like, I don't start with the DAZ male model. Okay, I start with the. This is kind of how bad it is. You know, I used to just say, okay, I think I'll put Roy in the scene, or I'll put Dragomir, or I'll put, you know, I used to start with a DAZ model, something that was made either by a DAZ original or one of the artists. Now I just put this in and I use my own shapes. Okay, I have to shape my own male to get an attractive male face. Okay, I can't get them from DAZ artists because there's just too few of them. They've driven out the male artists also. It's just basically I think working probably, you know, as a DAZ artist would be a horrible experience, okay, for somebody who makes male stuff. And I kind of know it is, all right, because a few of the PAs have gone into some of the forums and said, you know, I buy only male stuff, you know, and I'm a PA. And I find, you know, and you can tell that there's kind of like, that they're kind of like, you know, in a field all of their own, and they're just, so this is one of the figures, okay? And you say, well, you know, it's, you know, in this gray color, but now you look at this face, and the eyebrows are still the feminine eyebrows, okay? But when I put, like, say, a male skin on this, like Nathan, you will notice that all of a sudden it's like this. I wish I could buy a figure like this in the DAZ store. Just something that looks basically male, all right? And so when I put this on and we go into, but I can't. It's just, there's so many female things that are put out. They're working for that perfect female and everything. And it's like, to hell with males, you know? It's like, yeah. It's like, and so we go into Iray. And this, I had to make him myself. I can't find a male. And I could show you probably like a ton of males. Now I switched to Melville, okay? I can show you a ton of males that I've made that just look kind of like your average hunky, hot kind of male. That I can't get any of them in the store. There, look at this guy. So it just, he's been mixed with some of the other. All right, go into here. There's Halen. okay? And they're all different, slightly different to some degree, but they all have kind of like that sort of symmetrical face, okay? He's got a little bit more of a jaw here, but, and something's weird with his eyes. I think it's because I've used these morphs were from Genesis 8, okay? So his eyes don't completely, so I'd have to resize them, but, and he's a little bit on the ruddier look, okay? So if I need, so I'd have to resize his eyes to make him look right. But these are Felix. Okay, let's see what some of these, none of the male figures have this kind of, and so I can just put a little bit of facial hair on this guy and some hair, any kind of hair, and he's going to look, see, he's very different from the other, but he's still, okay, now this looks like it, I didn't really lose the, looks like something, okay, it looks like the face didn't really get morphed that far from the, so this isn't really a figure, because the face is still mostly the non-binary figure. Okay, Valar, when I look at that, it's, so it's probably based, this is Genesis 9 because the eyes fit right, but it's more masculine than a lot of the other figures. Okay, and so now he's got, okay, now his eyes don't fit as well, but there's something masculine about this, and all I would have to do to kind of fix this is fix his eyes. So his face is kind of a little bit bizarre looking. So, but he's a mixture of figures. His eyes definitely don't fit right in his socket. That's what makes his eyes kind of look weird right now. And there's something really long about this part. So not all the figures that I've made, but they're all like experiments with Nico. Let's see what Nico is. They're all experiments with trying to get, so, you know, the only reason I buy male figures now is for their skin, because I already have enough male figures. Okay, so we go back here and let's try like Kalav. So, and they don't look incredibly distinct from one another, but they are in a way. They are, if you really look at them, okay, they are distinct from each other. And the fact that they're just all bald kind of makes them look like they're all the same thing, but they're not. Let's see, Vagner. Let's see. Oh, okay, I think Vagner may still be. Let's see. You can tell if they came from Genesis 8 because the eyes don't fit. Okay, now Vagner is pretty nice. Look at that face. See, this is kind of almost a perfect male face, okay? And you don't get that from, you don't get this from the Daz store, okay? Because they've driven out all the artists that actually know what a nice male face looks like, okay? They don't know what a good male face looks like. So I can take this face now and add a nice beard to it, okay? And add some hair. Let's see what we've got here. Ash hair. I think I might have to turn it on. And you see what you got? You've got, now the hair's the wrong color, but what you have is an absolutely kind of beautiful male. And you don't, this is non-existent in the Daz store, okay? They're just not there. You have to make them if you want them, okay? You have to make your own males, because the males there, I don't know whether if they take somebody from the store and they scan their face. Let's scan your face today, and we'll put you in the dad's store about that. And so you end up, and I don't know if that's what Ku does. He just takes real people and wants these faces with a lot of character and everything. It's a little overdone for me. It's just, I'm looking for this kind of idealized, beautiful male that I can put, in art, like dress him in some kind of like a prince's outfit and put him in a palace with a shiny marble floor, standing there, maybe with, and look like he's Napoleon or something. I want beautiful figures and stuff to do kind of fine art stuff. And I don't want, jock straps and G-strings, and I don't want that stuff. I want to make art. I want to make something that looks like it took hours and hours to make. And so we go with this hair. The hair's not going to look right until it's the right color. So let's see if we can find this ash hair, parameters, ash scalp. We go up here and we just go to files, we go back here, ash. So I'm not sure how far I'm going to get into the actual topic of this. I told myself, you're not going to go in today. You're not going to go in and criticize the Daz store. And what did I do? But that's the way it is. So, okay, ash black hair. I have to go and find out the one for Genesis 9. Okay, the black will probably work. Did it work? It's a little too dark. Let's go with the brown, dark brown. Which one for Genesis 9? Let's see if that works. That's still a little bit kind of dark. Let's go with the light brown. Okay, well that works, I guess. So then we just take this guy, we put some pants on him. Oh, we got to undo. We got to put them actually on him and not the, all right, and we put him in some kind of pose. And there, and then we pull this out like this, and we put an HDRI in the scene, something kind of interesting, and let's get a little closer here. And see, then, it's like, where is this man in the Daz store? Where is he? He's just, God forbid if a hot guy was put in the Daz store, Do you think it might actually sell? And if it sold, it would just crumble that whole myth. But they've driven so many people out who were looking for that. They've gone somewhere else because they come in and see all the girly makeup and, Barbie doll stuff and all the, and they just leave, okay? But if some, this is just one of my figures. It's, and I'm not a Daz PA. I'm not, but look at how beautiful he is. Men are beautiful, okay? Men are beautiful too, okay? And I feel like I need to go out and put this guy with the ugliest girl with pimples and, zits coming out of her face with his arm around her and put her in the Daz gallery and say, see, how do you like this? How do you like having, yeah, so I'm not sure, because, even when AI takes over a render hub or anything, there's still about 25 or 30 years of Daz destroying the 3D landscape, okay, with this sexism, okay? There's with using this sexism as a political weapon, okay? And so there's a culture there's you know, the people who are the most verbose with 3D are the lecherous men and the lesbians, okay? They're the ones who are, so they're just going to attract right to AI and perpetuate and train the AI to do the same thing, okay? So that's what it's about, you know. It's this kind, they're just scared to death that they're going to lose their grip on, you know, because it's like this whole thing about the male patriarchy, okay? That the male patriarchy has been horrible since all the way back to probably the cavemen, okay? It's been horrible. I don't ever want to see, you know, the world dominated by a male patriarchy. I don't want to see the world dominated by a female patriarchy, because it could actually, we don't know yet, but it could actually be worse, okay? We could have men running around in, you know, in subservient, you know, as servants, you know, and, you know, it just basically studs for, you know, for making babies, you know. It could actually be a worse world than the male patriarchy. What I would like to see is a fair world, okay? It doesn't need to go one way or the other. It just needs to be fair, okay? It needs to be run in a way that's respectful to both, okay? In an equal and fair way. We don't need like a million years of female, you know, dominated world to balance out the world. We don't need to go overboard in one way to fix what was been done for thousands of years or millions of years. We don't need to, like, we just need to make it even, okay? And live and forget about everything that isn't right. It's like looking back on slavery, okay? We don't need to make white people slaves for a few hundred years, okay? To make reparations, okay? We just need to make things even, okay? And because making white people slaves are just going to mean then we're going to need another few hundred years for reparations to make things even again, to, you know, and it just keeps one-upping each other by a whole step, okay? It just needs to step and get even, okay? And you know, there are some things that will never probably be even, okay? Because men are more visual. So, you know, the glamour world is probably, women are probably going to always make more money, you know, in glamour and all of that, because men are more visual. They like the more visual things. Women are probably never, you know, like never going to outnumber men in the military, okay? They're never going to outnumber men in the military. Ukraine's army is about 9% female, okay? That's today. That's currently in the most powerful fighting force on our earth currently, you know, that's active. The most current active fighting force is about 9% female, okay? They're never going to probably outnumber males, okay? There are some things that just are going to, it's not because they're sexist or whatever, it's just the way things are. That men are going to die at a disproportionate level because of these stupid wars than females. Okay? It's the way it is, the way our world is. Our world is kind of messed up. And, you know, it's so it doesn't matter how beautiful he is. You know, they're just going to stick him up and say, run out into the field and die, you know? And so it doesn't matter, you know? That's the way the world is. So you look at his face and you look at the face of the man. They used, I believe this is Nathan, okay? I believe that's Nathan's face, okay? You know, I think this guy is better looking than Daz's probably premier figure shape. He's got much more going on for him than Nathan does. And he's just one of my figures, okay? So, you know, that might be Michael, but I'm not sure. It's a mix of Nathan. That's Nathan's skin, I know that. And this is Nathan's skin, but it's just there's he looks better than Nathan, and so I don't know that Daz could make an attractive male, even if they sat down and said, okay, let's make a really attractive male and put him in the store, okay? I believe if they tried, he would be very kind of feminized. That's almost every female that they've tried to make has been either just not really attractive. Michael is almost there, but not really. Michael's eyes bulge out. He's he's not your Latin heartthrob. That he really isn't even close. He's almost a little bit on the grotesque side. And, you know, and it's like I have most of the male figures here. If you look into the figures, and I could go through and say, show you that as you go through, there are a few that come close, but there's not like this guy. This guy is just right there. He's just right there at that A level, okay, of really beautiful males, okay? Now this guy, this Friedrich, I believe he was made for Renderosity, and the artist that made him, because they've been selling him like, and when he goes on sale, it's like $15 on sale. It's like, I'm not going to pay for that. I'm not going to pay that. This is install date, but we go to the highest first, okay? Friedrich, but he just came over to Daz now, and he has a very beautiful, beautiful face. Okay, they've done something, you know, and so this figure was made outside of the periphery of the where the artist was able to make something maybe in a world. He looks like an Scottish. He has this kind of Scottish face. Very beautiful. Now, is he really that beautiful? Let's take this guy and let's get rid of him. I haven't tried Friedrich yet. Let's put him in and see, you know, is it just, because this picture looks kind of homely, all right? This looks really nice. So, especially around the mouth area, and the eyes have this fold over them. That fold is like called hunter's eyes, when you get that kind of hunter's eyes look, okay? That where the eye folds over, males have that kind of thing. Yeah, he looks looks like he's got this kind of, it could even be like French. Let's put some pants on him. And, but if there's something incredibly masculine about his face. Now, so I think that this look now, he's got horrible sub D. So you can see he's just got a terrible sub D level. So let's bring his sub D level up. His lips is something like there's just something promising about taking his looks and blending them in and making other figures. So there's something really nice here going on. So we go down to the sub D level. Excuse me, sub D. It's, where's the parameters? Friedrich, okay. Where is your sub D level? Okay, so we bring this down one, like that, and then bring this up one. And I think that's enough. Now, he does look a little bit kind of weird, okay? So, let's give him, did he come with a beard? Hair? I think he does, okay? So let's give him the beard. I think that's part of his look. He's got to have that beard to make his look kind of look complete. And then we give him that's a very French looking face, mouth. But I think that I also, in the eyes, I see, I just found out recently that the Scottish people are actually from, like, I don't know, thousands of years ago, came over from Ukraine. So they're very different ethnically than the English people. And this is probably, giving me that kind of look. That's just incredibly, see, I really like a male that has this kind of, this amount of character, because just a tiny bit of this, like in the last figure that I had, if I just morphed a little bit of Friedrich's looks into his looks, it would give him this, it would just give him this, like, sweeten that look and give it a tiny bit of, like, ethnicity and all. So this is a really nice face. This face just instantly captured me the minute I saw it. Even this right here is the beard. It's really nice. The eyebrows, we already have his eyebrows. So let's see what happens when we put some hair on his head. And let's go with, what can we find here? What's this look like? It's probably, okay, I don't have him selected. I'm probably just, it's going to be hard to find hair to fit him because his face is so unique. And his head is just like really big, kind of. Look at the little veins coming up. No, see, this just terrible hair. I have so much hair that is just terrible, that just doesn't work on anything. What am I doing here? Where's the hair? Layered hair. This is made for a female. Okay, this, again, it's just like, what made me think this was ever going to look good on anything, you know? Oops, I just deleted him. Z. I just have so much hair that's why I'm kind of like, I'm kind of done with buying hair, because it's just, I buy it and I put it on my figures and I say, and I can pretty much look at that hair and say, I will never use this hair for anything ever. There's just, and I'm not really good at telling from the pictures if the hair is going to be just something that is never going to work. So this unrivaled hair, it works sometimes. It just, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I think he's going to be, this guy is going to be very hard to find hair. It's okay, but he looks goofy, really kind of stuffy looks. So we go on, it doesn't work. I think his features are so exaggerated that that they need to be like toned down and blended into another figure, rather so that there's only a part of them that comes in, and then and that's where they're going to work. So, but let's see, I can find hair. I think I can make him work. So the way he is. Let's see what we've got here. Probably long hair. Something that... Okay, and let's give it the right color. Up here, files. No, here we go. All files, default, vintage. All right, and we go here to, we're in files, go to explore product. Okay, and we go down here to shaders, and we go with black, which is probably not going to be black, but let's see if it works. Okay, I think I have to select the surface for it to work. Okay. All right. See, now that's very nice. That's a very nice face. So you get him from just the right angle, and you put him in a pose. Now we can't, I don't know if that's going to work. It might. I just put the pose on his hair. Pose. And we take, give him some chest hair. Okay, here's this one. Some body hair. Well, there it is. It's a little too strong. Torso. Go to surfaces, torso, hair, torso. And cut out opacity. Bring it down some. And I think his chest is like overblown a little bit. So we take his body. I think he's just way overdone. So masculine wise. So we go to his currently used, and we take the Friedrich body. We bring it down some. And let's add some more of another body, because I definitely don't want the female look either. So we go here and we go to Friedrich 9, actor, full body. We come down here, find these bodies, these Genesis 9 bodies. Some of Thomas. We just have to populate his body with enough of these. Michael's body a tiny bit. And some of Red Cat's. And a little bit of Wagner's body. There we go. Yep. Save this, and this is Friedrich, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C, F-R-E-D. Fred, okay. Friedrich, Sky Man. All right. Yeah. And then we can put some jeans on him maybe. But yeah, there's a beautiful man here now. Art. This is what happens when you get out of the the sexual mode and you get into like the beauty mode, into natural and artistic mode, okay? When you get out of just out of that, and there's a little bit of skin, it certainly wouldn't be as nice maybe if I put a uniform on it, but it wouldn't be that bad, So it's okay to show some skin, and still have the beautiful. It's the lighting. It's not just like the, sex jumping out with the big word sex, sex, sex. It's putting, once you mix it with something kind of classy and something, then you've gone from the sexual part to the fine art. Then all of a sudden, it's like Michelangelo's David, okay? It's not just a naked man, okay? It's fine art. It takes it into the fine art. So to the point where, a full nude body is no long. It's not like an object of sexuality. It's an object of art and fine art and beauty. And that's what I'm not seeing that in the Daz store. I'm seeing tawdry sexuality, panties, underwear, alluring makeup, and you just like everything that has to do with, it's like they're making it for somebody who's making porn, who's making 3D porn. It's like that's their only audience they think is out there, is this group of men who sit and work all day and make porn, okay? Big they just and make the breasts so large, and they just, it's just like, oh my gosh. And they think that that's the audience. That's who does it. And no, there actually, Daz, there are some people who take these things and we put them together and we create something called fine art. Okay? That's some of us actually like to do that. And so I kind of think that he would look nice in some kind of regal uniform. We could take the chest hair off and put him in. See, so as you noticed, his body was made to kind of look sexualized, okay? And taking that down a bit and putting something kind of more, he looks a little bit chunkier now here, and he's got a nice kind of girth to his arms. It gives it just changes the whole intentionality. Now I could put a big tower here in the back, like some kind of mystical tower, and dress him in some kind of like some kind of Robin Hood suit or something, just something medieval, just Yeah, yes. You know, the thing is that you're right, William. And you know what? Like I said, I'm a liberal, so I'm like a far right liberal. Okay, I'm one of those terrible far right, far right liberals. Okay, maybe we're not terrible, but um, I'm a liberal. Okay, so I have nothing. Don't have a problem with uh, tawdry. I don't have a problem with G strings. I don't have a problem with with like scant clothing, and I don't have a problem with women who want to objectify themselves or men who look for women who are sexual objects. I don't have a problem with that. The problem I have is when that becomes so the only focus, okay? When a company creates goes and creates a culture that is just so sexualized that fine art and beauty and nature and these kinds of things are just like, because I think I like this kind of art. I like art that's like, there would be a beautiful, like, let's just put an ocean in here. Let's put a sea. Just, beauty, where this is about lighting. This is about shape and design and introspection and reflection and meditation. Okay, these are words, okay, that really don't fit with raunchy sex. Okay, all right. So so I'm not against that. I'm against it when there's certain people with a mentality that where they attract all of these kind of lecherous, I'm not against lesbians either, but they attract lesbians. And if men want to be, spend all their every waking day just thinking about big breasted women, well, it's their life, if that's what they want to do. Like I said, I'm liberal. I have no problem. But when those people completely blot out the sun, okay, that bothers me, okay? Because I want to see some beautiful art, okay? And when it all becomes kind of like female portraits, and it's like, and the men are always like, dirt balls and pimple faced and werewolves, and that bothers me. Okay, it bothers me because it's like I think it talks about the Bible, in the Bible, where the bramble, okay, that the bramble, that like the weeds, okay, that the weeds, they catch fire, okay, and they burn so hot that they burn everything until they burn up through all the plants, and they even burn the cedars of Lebanon. Okay? That's what's happened here, is that this bramble has caught fire and it's burned the entire art world, okay? And all that's left is this ash and burning fire, okay? And even the cedars, even the tall, beautiful cedars that they're the only place in the world that they grow like that, so tall and so stately and so beautiful, that it even burns the cedars of Lebanon. That's, there's a reason why that's in the Bible. It's so people think about culture and what happens when we allow this, kind of debased culture to take over even the fine art, where it just becomes an, I make gay romance art. I wouldn't want that to, rise up and take over everything, you know. Even, you know, some of the most beautiful kind of like heterosexual art, I wouldn't want to see that happen either. I think that, you know, that things need to be seen in the perspective of where they are, and you need somebody intelligent enough running, you know, whether if it's the CEO of Taffy or whatever, or the manager of the Daz store. You need somebody intelligent enough to look and say, and to talk to the PAs and say, enough of this, enough of the G-string stuff. We need some art. We need some classy things. We need things. We want long flowing dresses. We want, you know, they don't have, you know, that aren't ripped apart at the you know, at the breast, you know, and we want things that are artful and not so overly tawdry and sexualized, and, you know, and if that stuff, you know, because they're supposed to be bramble, you know, you don't get rid of the bramble, but when that bramble sits, okay, and it gets hot, and, you know, and if you have too much of it, it gets hot and it starts to burn, okay, and then it starts to, and that burning spreads, okay, and it burns, and it can burn the cedars of Lebanon. Okay, this is what we're talking about here. This is our culture, people. This is our culture. Okay? And our culture needs to be rich and diversified. It needs to have the bramble, but it also needs to have the cedars of Lebanon. And when they're gone, all we have is a bunch of ashes. Okay? And the bramble grows, and where are the cedars? They're just gone forever. Will they ever come back? Will that beauty ever come back? Because right now it looks like it's gone. It looks like it's been just over so many years of burning and burning and burning. It's just gone. The beauty, this kind of beauty. Let's find some water. Just what can be done with when you take and create default. Let's see, props. Is there a props? A water prop. Let's find a water prop if we can find one. Here. Now look at this. See? Now I would say my sky might need to come up, or the water could come down. So we take this water here. This is beautiful. Take the water. We can just move it down. Why translate? Okay, that's kind of a lot. We scale it. Maybe if we scale it, we'll get back some of our... Okay, and then we translate it down. I don't know that that's going to work, okay, because it just digitized the water now. So there's one other option. Okay, we bring this like this. We bring the water back up to 0. Okay, and then we take our sky. Well, that's kind of nice. What we do is... What I like to do is bring in a fog wall. Fog wall. Okay, where's our fog wall? Okay, and we take and translate the fog wall. Okay, see, what I've done here is I've got to turn the fog wall. Okay, Y, rotate, like that. Okay, see what that does? And we bring the fog wall up like this maybe. and we scale it X. Okay. And we go Z. We got to go, no, X translates. That bring it back? Okay. Yeah, it does. We bring it way back like that, where to the end of the water. And then we scale it X again. We bring it over this way. And it just takes the horizon a little bit and gives you a little bit to kind of, we could take that fog wall and scale it up a little bit. Y. Y scale, which would be Z scale. Bring it up. Maybe like this, maybe even a little more. And line it right up like that. It's kind of interesting. It's got a little bit of a thing there, but it just gives the horizon a little bit of something there to make it, give it a little bit of realism. So, and maybe we could find a boat. Parameters, Y translate, X, Z, X translate will bring it back this way. And we rotate it around, Y, maybe this way. And we take, see this Y translate, where's the water? Okay. See, in this, you know, this image didn't require any bras or panties or you know, thongs or jock straps. Didn't require anything like that. It just required somebody. Now the fog wall, we might make this like yellow. Okay, and so it's kind of grayish looking. It might look nice with a color. So we go to surfaces here. What happens if we make it yellow? Well, maybe a lighter yellow. And maybe an orange. Okay, and we make it a little bit, we go to 10. A little thinner. Let's go to red. Okay, it's not really changing its color here. Absorption multiplier, we can take and go, we can bring it like this and then go higher. Okay, okay, and go to 50. Okay, that didn't work. We can go down maybe more. What happens when we go like this? No, that didn't work. Up. Absorption multiplier. It might be absorbing too much light. Okay, that would go the other way. Okay, that's kind of nice where it's, but we take the scattering multiplier and we go back to orange. Okay, we bring it up in about in the middle maybe. There, that gives us a little bit of an atmosphere here. I'd like to maybe give him some jeans instead of, you can't really see that much, it just looks like black pants, but I think this is good. Let's save this and let's give him a necklace, some kind of something around his neck. Necklace. Let's see if this works. What was this for? Info. It doesn't say, but it will auto fit. Maybe. No, I don't think. I think that's something that's supposed to just lay on a table or something. It doesn't say that it's wizard's room. Okay, so it's not meant to be worn. Okay, so we'll just go into this default here. Find something here. This works. For Genesis 8 male. Genesis 8 male. I mean, there's been a lot of really nice products. I mean, like the chest hair here is like an amazing product. So out of this kind of world, you know, has come a lot of really, you know, out of this kind of sexualized world has come a lot of very nice things. So we got to go, let's put a camera in the scene, create a new camera, copy active perspective view. I just think that the entire store and the artists and the entire culture has to be overhauled in a big way, okay? So now that I have a camera here, we'll lock the camera, okay? And now I can take my perspective view and come in and just do a few little changes here. This doesn't look right, the necklace. And I don't know that I can actually just move it down parameters, but let's try. Y translate. No, so it won't let me, okay, so Z. But if I select this right here, the hip, this might let me actually move it. Yeah, see that? Okay, so we're going to go down one more. Oops, that's not going to let us do it. Okay, so what happens when we go back to our camera view? Okay, see that works now, but it might be going through his chest now. Let's take a look. No, that's actually fitting well. Now I could take Mesh Grabber and just snug this in against him, but it's not really showing that bad. So we go to the camera. Yeah. Now it's just amazing that a man can look so good in a scene and not have to be like a devil or a werewolf or, you know, a pimple-faced, you know, adolescent, you know, that actually it can be just an attractive looking male. So we take now and go to our render settings. It's just it's amazing that, you know, that's just, it's kind of unheard of these days that a male can be depicted as, you know, an average kind of beautiful, you know, this is probably the Aegean Sea. We could put some kind of land formation way out here. And yeah, it's just the way this kind of works. It's now what I've done is by making the water larger, I think I expanded the water. I think if I make the water a little bit, we go to the water level, I don't know if I undid it. Parameters. Yeah, the scale, we go back to 0. On the scale, 100%. All right, and that looks a little better, I think. It doesn't look as stretched. So Now there may be on this water. No, I don't see any morphs. So yeah, let's put an island out here. Okay, island. Let's see if we can find an island. I think I got like a Bikini Island maybe that might work. See what we can find here. And you know, this is what kind of really suffers when everything is so kind of sexualized. Rocky Island, island preset. Let's see what we can find. Preload island, cameras, render. That's a huge scene. Okay, these are poses. Okay, let's try this. Merge into scene. Okay. Well, that just completely took my, changed my, all right, so we're gonna, all right, we still have our water level. What happens when we take this island and push it off into this distance, Z, or it'd be X translate. Oops, that's the boat, Z. The island is down here. Let's get rid of these cameras. Okay, I don't need this. Oh, that's my camera, Z, undo, Z. Okay, we go back to my camera. All right, and we go to these cameras here. We'll get rid of this. Okay, this is the Bikini Island, okay. All right, and Z, we go to X translate. 9, okay. Go control 9 takes us into I'm still, right now, I had to start another job to pay off all my DAS models. You know, I've spent like at least $20,000 in the DAS store. And so I have to take another job because I can't make the money from YouTube. Because YouTube really doesn't care about this channel at all. You know, they did monetize it, but, you know, there's only so much. They don't really care. Now, there's something about the sky. I'm wondering if this sky is some kind of seafloor. Okay, vegetation. If it's like a Palm Island group. It looks like when I'm moving this back, the sky is moving with it, which tells me, okay, the seafloor, I don't know that. Okay, this is the sky dome. We can get rid of that. And this should give us back our other sky. I think it turned it off. So what we go to do is back to our, all right, well, okay, the seafloor. I'm wondering if I should get rid of this too, but maybe the ocean here is better than the ocean that I have. Okay, so maybe I'll turn off my water here and we'll use the Bikini Island water, but we'll see. Now we're going to go back to our environment options. It's turned off. Okay, it's done something with my sky dome here. Okay, draw a dome. Oh, we're out of, okay, let's go into Iray. Let's see what this looks like now. Okay, it looks good, but it's on the wrong side. So we just move this over now to the Bikini Islands. Move this over here. Okay. There we go. All right, now the problem is my fog wall is on the wrong side. It's obscuring these islands. It's not back far enough. So of course that's going to be a problem. So we take the fog wall, go back here, and the fog wall's got to go back more, like okay, let's go to the perspective view, like here. All right, there's the fog wall. It's got to go back like this. All right. Then we go like this, X scale. And we go Z scale, bring it up a little bit higher. Okay, I think that's Z. Let's see, go back to the camera view. Let's see this in Iray now. Okay, I can't really see this now. Okay, there it is. I can see a little bit of it. So what happens when we Z scale? Yep, that's it. All right. We've got to add a little bit more to the, okay, we scaled it, so now we have to go here and set it to relative to size. And let's go to 300. See what happens. Okay, that gave us just a little bit of our fog back. Okay, there we go. Just gave us a little bit of something extra here. Save this. And there's a possibility of taking these islands and splitting them up into two. There's two of them. So we could rotate them, parameters. Y rotate. Like this. Okay. X translate, Z trans like this. Okay. All right. There we go. And render. There we have it. See, it didn't like obscure the, and this, okay, so what I'm going to do here with this scene, I don't like the, see how that's all, the sky has no detail in it. It's just everything else, and it looks like the IOR of his hair is making this, but after like 10,000 iterations, this might look okay, all right. But what I'm not seeing, what I'm not liking is the sky. So would you like to cancel this render? Yes. And let's see what happens when we put a plane in the scene. Size 50, divisions 20, let's go 30. All right, there's our plane, and I think we've got to rotate it X. Nope, Z. Oh, that's good. Crash on me. I don't know if I saved it. I mean, I don't know when I saved it. Probably, I think I might have saved it after I did the Bikini Islands. So, yeah. File. New. Yep, I saved it after I did the Bikini Island. So all we have to do really is put the plane back in. That was a lucky save. So the thing is my job is starting in the next, you know, if this job were to fall through, I'm just going to get another one and another one. I'm not going to not get a job, and not, so it's going to take, like my Flock of Angels channel, it takes me a week to make a song and then another day or so to make a video for it. I'm not going to have time to do that. Not when I can earn in one day what I was earning, what was taking me a month of my YouTube channels to earn. So it's just, I can't, I don't mind working for free, but to a degree, if I'm doing something I like, I love doing this. I love doing art. I love making art. And you know what? I think a woman in this picture, would be just as nice if the lighting was right and her look, and would be just as nice. So, I'm not, even though I might have a preference, I don't have like sexism. Okay, I don't differentiate. I can see something. I can, when I go in galleries, I don't just like the male stuff. As a gay man, when I see something that's like amazing, like a woman with this beautiful dress that's all done in like clouds or something, and I say, that's really beautiful, I'll give it a like. I like it, I'm not like sexually biased. I may have a preference, but I'm not biased. And that's what it is. It's just complete bias, and it's like I said, I've been working on this channel, this Daz channel, for about 6 years. This Daz 3D channel, and I have over 300 video. I have about 200 or 300 videos on it. Some of these videos are like 8. I've been here for 2.5 hours. Some of these videos on my channel are 8 and 9 hours long. Okay. And out of the 6 years of making all of these videos, hundreds of videos, I've made probably about $20. Yeah. So I'm going to say something to the Daz PAs. It's not just about money, okay? It's not, okay? Even though now at this point, with my Daz, with owing the banks $20,000 for all my Daz models, and owing for a lot of music gear that I bought, and clothes and cameras. I owe for a $4,000 camera that's pointing at me right now, okay? I have to go out because YouTube hasn't come through with this channel at all. They share it with like 5 or 6 people. It's just, I don't know. It's maybe my channel's just not that good. I don't know. And maybe the fact that I constantly rant about this sexism stuff isn't good for my channel. At that point, in that particular case, I don't care. I'm not making money from this channel. So, but the thing is that, so maybe it's me, I don't know. And if that's the case, that's all right. If people just don't really like watching me make art, that's okay too. But I have to pay my bills now. I'm kind of stuck, and I have to pay my bills. And right now there are there's the super chat, and I really don't, I don't want you to donate to my channel, because you're doing something. You have been here for 8 hours straight, Serenity's Gate. I love you. You're awesome, friend. You really are. I don't want you to, because you are the good ones. You're the ones who actually watch, okay? That means more to me than the money that I could earn from this channel. I know I always put money as like the last priority and everything, but it's, you know, I don't expect money from the people who watch. And now you're subjected to occasional commercials, okay? And I probably earn about a penny from them. So it's not a lot of money, but I don't expect you to, the people who actually watch, to leave comments, to leave like to leave, to pay money and stuff. You're supporting the channel. You by watching, by being here, by being present. That is the biggest support this channel could ever have, is by the people who show up when I'm here and hang out and stay, okay? No, there's very little market for dads, because a lot of the people who go there, it's all a big sexual gratification thing. It has nothing to do with real art. And that's the thing, is they've really cut out the whole, like I said, the iceberg. They're hanging on to the tip of the iceberg, and underneath there's no gist, there's no girth to this. It's a little piece of ice floating in the water, okay? And that's the thing, is because they've cut out the actual the art from 3D, okay? So people don't take it seriously. They just look at it and say, what the hell is this? You know, a bunch of people selling stuff to perverts, you know, that's what it is. It's just people buying lingerie and stuff so they can, you know, put it on big-breasted females that are just like the breasts that are bigger than, you know, that's what they do, is they just go home and play with big-breasted females, and that's what they're selling this to. They've lost the art of it all, and so people don't take it seriously anymore. And you know, and then all this toon stuff. I don't know who's buying all the toon stuff. Maybe it's from another country somewhere, but I don't get it. I don't get the toon stuff. You know, people and their artists keep putting out more toon stuff and more toon stuff. And I know that they're trying to make a go of the whole toon stuff, but what we want is realism. We want art. We want beautiful things. We want more of the ultra scenery stuff. We want more landscape stuff. We want more environments, better. We want hair that people actually took time with, and then just like slam some over here and slam some over there and make it, you know, I can't even get, you know, basic male hair, you know, that most men come out of the barber shop with their hair looking. No, I have to have this weird kind of puffy hair that sticks way up. It's like that, I don't know, it's from some other country or something. I don't know, but it's not generally the hair that sometimes some of the hair is really excellent. Some of the hair is very, very, very well made. But like I would say the male hair, I would say 60% of it is just garbage. That's a lot. That's a big percentage. And you'd think that as PAs would just say, this hair is garbage, go back and fix it. Fix it over. They don't have any kind of idea to say, you know, like the front looks right, but the back is like puffy and sticks out. Go fix it. Fix it before you, they just have no clue that, you know, that puffiness in the back wrecks the hair. It just makes it look terrible. Did they even put it on a figure and try it and see what it looked like in Dad's studio? You know, and it doesn't matter if it's got, you know, what happens is that people buy it and they put it on their figure and they see that it's all puffy in the back, and then it leaves a bad impression. It gives them, it makes them feel like they've been duped and that they just bought another piece of hair that they can't really use. And it makes you feel kind of like, you know, and even if you get it on a massive sale, okay? There's very little market for Dad's how-to videos. Yeah, I know. You're probably right about that. But the thing is because Daz is kind of, you know, kind of screwed up the whole market. They're catering to a bunch of lesbians and a bunch of lecherous men who all they want are these big, you know, it's like you just look at some of the videos that are out there, and it always starts out with this woman with this young, pretty girl with big boobs. And it's like, I'm going to show you how to make work in Dad's studio. And it's like, I can't even get through the video because the figure they're working on, their breasts have been like enlarged to something bigger than what you would even get. You know, I would say it would ruin the curvature of some young girl's spine to have breasts that big. So, you know, and, you know, it's just, and it's like, I want to learn, you know, from your video, but I can't stand the fact that there's this elephant in the room that you're over-sexualizing your figures, okay? And, you know, and it's kind of distasteful. And they don't even realize it. They don't even see it, that this could be considered distasteful. And, you know, maybe me having this guy without a shirt on like this, it might be, I might be guilty of that too, okay? I thought of putting, you know, a tank top on him or something, you know, just a little bit so that it's not as distasteful, okay? But I think it's subdued enough, you know, and I haven't you know, he was more muscular and I took the muscularity down, okay? So he was more kind of average looking. You see, I tried to put him into that artistic character out instead of the overly sexualized, like, you know, looks like he spends every day in Gold's Gym kind of look, okay? That's what I did to this. Yeah, well, you see, I'm not against the tune thing, okay? It's not my thing, but I don't find it to be I don't find anything wrong with that, okay? And it's very quick renders, and there are a lot of people that work with, and I think comic book artists should be welcomed into the DAZ ecosystem without any problems whatsoever. It's not my thing, and I have bought a bunch of toon stuff, and I've never even rendered a toon yet. You know, one of these days I keep saying I'm going to make a video and show people how to use this toon stuff that they've, you know, inadvertently bought. There's a bunch of stuff that I bought because it came along with this and came along with that, and it was part of this big whole bundle or whatever. And so I have a bunch of toon stuff, and I figured, and it was so cheap, but I've never rendered a single toon. I like the toon stuff, but I like the toon figures that are in Iray. I don't really care for the look and that aesthetic of art that is done in filament, but I'm not against it, it's just not my thing. But it's something that I adore the fact that it exists and that it's an art form, and someday I might have some fun with it. Okay, so that's it. I just feel like it's just another kind of to me, it's just another kind of level of noise, but it's not to the level of the sexism and all of the you know, the lingerie and just all the tawdry clothing and all of that. It doesn't rise to that level. It's just something, another thing that kind of comes in and says, well, you know, well, you're even making toon stuff, but I can't even get a good male hair. I can't even get a pair of cut off jeans, you know, a good pair that looks really like something a man would wear and not hot pants, you know. I can't even get a pair of cut off jeans. So that kind of thing. So now I think I just put a plane in the scene. Let's see what happens when we rotate the plane. Now I think my computer could just crash. We could have a blue screen at this point. It could. So let's see what happens when we go Z to this plane. Okay, Z translate. That's translate. I didn't want to translate Z. We want to go try Z rotate and see what happens. Okay. I think that's it, actually. Now we go X translate. Was this go back? This goes back into the scene, all right? Okay, I didn't get my Z all the way. This has got to be 90. And now what was that? X translate was this way. So we got to bring that way back out behind the islands. The islands, okay? Beyond the islands. Okay, and we come here and we go scale. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Z. Let's just go scale, this scale. And then we go X, right? X, okay, it's everything's the wrong Z, okay, like that. The islands. Okay, and then we go rotate. Y is it? Okay, like this, yeah. And we bring that like that. Okay, and then we can put our environment, which is here. What's this called? This is called Fantasy IBL. Let's try this. Fantasy IBL. Okay, we go here. And we're going to put this on the base color. FG, F Fantasy IBL. F, okay, I read it wrong. Where is it? All right, I need to learn to read here. Come on, back to parameters. That's what it says. Fantasy IBL above. Oh, Ocean Sunset. There it is. I missed the other / Ocean Sunset. Ocean, HIJKLMNO, Ocean Sunset. Ooh, look what we've got here now. Ocean Sunset, and then we go here to our emission color, Ocean Sunset, and our, turn this to white. Okay, and we've got to go, and luminance, Ocean Sunset. Yeah, I've never loaded those tunes, and I have a bunch. Not inspired. Yeah, yes, the thing is, just because that's my taste. But the thing is like my problems with the Daz store are not because of taste, okay? So the tune, the filament, you know, tune stuff. I like the Iray tune stuff. I found some fun stuff to do with Iray tune. They're more realistic looking. I like photorealism, and the filament stuff doesn't come to the level of photorealism, but I have no problem with that art form at all. So I don't buy comics, okay? I'm not a comic book kind of person. I like stories, and I think that the story part of comics, I absolutely adore that part, but the actual print medium and the the quality of it. I'd just rather watch a movie or something to get my stories. But that's me. That's not. That doesn't mean that that I'm right about that. So it to each their own, I find. I've been working with Daz. I go back to 3D art. I go back to Daz 3D. I was working with Bryce before Daz 3D came out, and while I was working with Bryce, Daz 3D, Daz Studio came out. So I've been working with Poser with Bryce before Daz bought Bryce. I was working. Now I didn't work with Carrera and I didn't work with Filament, so I didn't really know much about those programs. So before Daz, I was working with, before Daz 3D, before Daz Studio, I worked with Poser and I worked with Bryce. And before Bryce and before Poser, I worked with True Space and I worked with Pavre. So I go back like over 20 years with 3D art. And even before Pavre, I was working with this program called Draw something. It wasn't Corel Draw. It was like just called Draw something. And I worked with like 3D designs, like moving designs and GIFs that made like I go back to as far as L-View, if any of you remember L-View. So so I've been working with Daz Studio since now. I don't know how far Carrera and Hexagon go. So I think they go back way back. Okay, I'm not sure when, if Daz developed Carrera and Hexagon from the beginning, or whether if they were something they just bought and kind of orphaned like they did with Bryce. But yeah, since 2016. So yeah, I go back much further. I go back into 3D art. Like I said, L-View. I don't know if L-View is still around, but I go back to I don't know that L-View was before Photoshop, you know? So that's how far I go back into art, into graphic art, okay? Is that far back. So long before Daz was even a company, okay? I was working with graphic art, okay? And, you know, I had a TRS-80 computer. That was before MS-DOS, okay? That was before Microsoft, okay? I had a Commodore 64 computer, okay? That was before Microsoft was a company, okay? That's how far, and on my TRS-80 computer, I played 3D games. I remember this game. You loaded it on a cassette tape and you put it in a cassette player, and the data would come off of the cassette because there was no hard drive. And so the hard drive was cassette tapes, like cassettes. And you'd put the cassette into the player. This was before Microsoft was a company, okay? And you would put the cassette into the TRS-80 cassette data reader, and it would read the cassette into the TRS-80, and you would go through this. It was like a maze. It was like underground cave. Not underground cave. It was like the walls were made of like white bricks. It was like a white room. It was a white cave. And you went through the caves were made of bricks, like you were inside of a tomb or something. And there were spiders that came out, and you would have to shoot the spiders and everything. And it was way far, like ahead of everything, ahead, you know. And so I've been in 3D since Pong, since where all we had was like two little paddles and we would shoot a little dot back and forth. Okay, that was before Nintendo. That was before ColecoVision and Atari. Okay, where we just had like two little paddles and we would just shoot them back and forth on a screen. Oh, nice. Very nice. Well, those are a collector's item, Serenity's Gate. They are. So now Cakewalk, my first DAW, okay? My first, I had digital audio workstations before Windows, okay? I was working with digital audio and reel-to-reels. I had an 8-track Fostex reel-to-reel before MS-DOS. And it had 8 tracks, but it wasn't like 2 tracks, 4 tracks each way. It was 8 tracks one way, okay? It cost me $2,000 way back before. Now, that was when $2,000 was almost, it was enough to buy a car back then, okay? To buy an automobile, you could buy for $2,000. It would be probably a used one, but, you know, you could buy like a brand new car for $4,000, you know? And like one of those Chevrolet, one of those Pontiac, you know, or whatever. All of those cars that were like big, gigantic boats. And so, the Marquis, I think it had this little emblem on the hood. Oh, those were beautiful cars. They had like a big, like, kind of star on the hood, on this emblem that come up from the front, and the hood was shaped like kind of the Batmobile. Yeah, yeah, $2,000 Fostex machine, and I would push play on the Commodore 64. I'd push the space bar, and the reel-to-reel would start playing. It was like MIDI. It was actually not MIDI. It was controlled by FSK. It was a special kind of time code feature. And the Commodore 64 had this little, they were called master tracks, and you'd plug it into the keyboard. It was like a little Atari kind of thing, but you plugged it into the keyboard, and it had MIDI wires that came out, and the MIDI wires went to my synthesizer. Yeah, that was before PCs. So this is how long, I mean, you'd think this channel would do well with somebody who's been in technology that long, all right? But, you know, it doesn't. You know, you'd think that I could get, you know, some kind of traction with this channel, but it's not, and it's just kind of too late. It's too late because I just went out and got myself a job that pays like lots of money, and I don't have to struggle anymore. I probably could buy a house and pay off a house in a few years, in a couple of 2 or 3 years, 2 years. Just pay for a house, you know, a good one. So, you know, it's just it's not paying off being here, but I'm not gone forever, okay? I still have my channel. I still have my $4,000 Sony camera that I'm still trying to pay off. I'm not leaving you guys. I'm going to be here. I'm just going to be like flustered. I'm not going to have like 8 hours to broadcast, okay? I may every once in a great while, but they want me to work Saturday and Sunday. They want me to work every day of the week. And it's like, and I'm going to. I'm gonna, because I'm going to be there. If they say, we need you to go somewhere, I say, I'm going, okay? This is it. This is, you know, because YouTube gave me, on my other channel, they gave me the fame, but the fortune part just never materialized, okay? My gay romance wasn't good enough, you know, for really a lot of their advertisement. It's according to YouTube, okay? But, you know, these same advertisement, you know, it's okay that, you know, they're pushing drug commercials that, you know, cause all these side effects. It's like, really? It's not good enough for that? You know, it's not good enough for somebody peddling drugs? You know, really? You know? So, you know, it's just, I don't care. You know, at this point, I did what I came to YouTube to do, was to show gay romance in a beautiful, artistic, and classy, and romantic, and like enough to kind of rip your heart out kind of way, okay? Like it had never been done before. It had never been done before, and that's what I did, okay? And I, you know, I made, you know, over 300 videos, and they still get 2 million views a month, you know? So I have 2 million right now, as we're speaking right now. There are 3,000 people watching my gay romance videos. Every hour, there are 3,000 views every hour. So, and that adds up to about, and so 3 to 4,000 every hour. That adds up to 2 million a month. Serenity's Gate, you are awesome. You're an awesome viewer. You have been loyal, and you have been here for a long time. I'm not leaving you guys, all right? Even though I don't earn a dime here, I'm not leaving 3D art. I'm probably not going to have the same level of enthusiasm. I'm just sick to death of the Daz store, okay? I'm sick. I'm fed up. I've had enough, okay? I've had enough. All right. So I'm going to, you know, I just go in and, you know, if they've got a bunch of environments that are cheap, I'll buy them if I can get them for 80% off, and spent $2 or $3 each for them. I bought the presidential mansion or something. I bought that today for about like $5, you know, and that's like an $80 program, you know. I'll do that. There's still a few things left in the Daz store I haven't bought that I'm interested in, but I'm just, you know, I'm not at the level of enthusiasm and enjoyment and love that I've had. It's just kind of like died, and so I'm not advocating that anybody you know, follow me in this, okay? I'm not boycotting. I'm just saying personally, I've just at the end of this. The video too, holy crap, it is useful. I just got this myself. I went through the tutorial video. It is useful. Okay. I haven't even talked about that program. I said that this video was going to be about this. It is useful. I haven't even scratched. I talked about it for about 10 minutes, and then I went on this big rant, Lithium. I went on this big, huge rant about the sexism in the Daz store, and then I started creating. So I apologize that this video has nothing whatsoever to do with the subject of the video. It has nothing. I've spent about 10 minutes out of almost 3 hours. It's 2 hours and 59 minutes. I've spent 10 minutes talking about this program. Yes, it is called the Morph Master. Yeah, any kind of script like that, I own it. Those are the things I come to the Daz store to buy, is scripts, good hair, and like Martin Frost and Howie Farks stuff, you know, for Ultra Scenery XT, Ultra Scenery 2, any kind of like mesh grabber add-ons and things like that. That's what I come to the store for. I'm not, you know, skins, male skin, if it's good male skin. And I get it, and there's not enough male stuff, and I find myself looking for additional male characters, hairs, clothes to use, so limited. Yep, you know, and I've just gone on a big rant about it, so it's pretty much there. So you know, if I could find something really nasty and distasteful, other than just really cursing and telling them to go jump in the lake, you know, it's I'm right at that point where, you know, it's like, you know, it's just if I could think of something nasty to say, I probably won't say it, but I'll think it. So, yeah, you can go ahead and say it. Just kidding. Don't post it in the post in the chat. So, but yeah. Yeah, anything that is like, there are some artists that just don't fall for the, you know, it's like, oh, I've got to make, I've got to make, if I want to make money, I just got to make, you know, chintzy lingerie, you know, I've got to make stuff that looks like, you know, that's, you know, there are artists that do that just fall into that thing, and those are the very worst, in my opinion. Those are the worst artists. I can look down through an artist's stuff and say, this is the Hall of Shame. You are the number one on the list of the Hall of Shame in the Daz store. Okay? You're number one. You know, it's just all lingerie. It's all like big boob, big breasted lingerie. I have no problem with that when there's a balance in the store, but when there's not a balance in the store, I just look at that artist. And, you know, there really should be a way to go in and say, you are my least favorite artist in the Daz. I know I could probably go into the, but, you know, Richard Hazeltine would delete it and say, this has nothing to do. This is politicizing the issue. And it's like, you don't think that the Daz store is one big political statement, Richard? Really? So, yeah. I've thought of it myself, but I'm working more towards my own game stuff. So mostly using Daz and RenderHub for original assets to finagle into something useful in Unreal Engine. Yeah, well, the thing is that there are workarounds, but the us people who want, you know, want this male stuff, kind of normal stuff that's not like, you know, big bikinis and you know, little girl dresses, like schoolgirl dresses, and, you know, and just like, you know, obviously they're using it to make porn or do something, you know. I don't know where it's really going, but whatever. If Daz wants to sell their stuff to these, you know, kind of reprobate males and stuff and lesbians, that's fine, you know, if that's what they want to do. But you know, that's why it's not taking off, because they're not appealing to the general art community that actually likes fine art and not like tawdry, trashy stuff. Okay, so they're not appealing, and that's why their company is kind of trash right now. And it's like almost completely trash now. It's just Steam is full of games like that. They're very obviously Daz games, because most have only a basic grasp of Daz. Nazi Richard. Yeah, I personally don't really care for Richard at all. So I'm allowed to say that here. I'm not allowed to say that. You're not allowed, in most forums, you're not allowed to criticize the moderator. It's like it's like, really? We're not allowed to tell you that we don't like your moderator? Oh, okay. So, yeah, we're not allowed to say that. We're not allowed to criticize Richard. But we can hear, if you have anything to say about Richard, you can feel free to say it here, okay? So, because I don't really have any respect for him, okay? Every time I go in there, he like moves my thread and says, well, this should really be in this forum or this thread. And it's like, or just, you know, so, yeah, that's the kind of stuff. It's just constantly happening. So, all right, let's go into Iray and see what this sky looks like now that I've created. It should give me a real sky instead of something that, look at that now. All right, we now have like a real sky, and now the sky is actually reflecting light onto my fog plane, which is kind of interesting. So we go to this now, this plane. All right, and this is kind of very interesting now. So we can now bring this plane up maybe like this. All right. And then we can take this luminance. And now the plane, we have to turn off shine because a sky isn't shiny. All right. Just believe me, a sky isn't shiny. And then we go here to luminance, and we'll bring this up to 2 maybe. Okay, now as you can see, my sky is backwards. I mean, it's sideways, so I have to turn it. Okay, so we've got it incorrect. So we go to the rotate this like this. Yeah, okay, there it is. Like this. And we bring this sky like this. And we bring it down, which would be Y, I think, Y scale. No, okay, what's that? I did something. Oh, that's Z. That would be, okay, X is this way. And Z would be this way. And then we take this like this. We want to rotate it. X? No, not that well. I don't think that's the problem. I think it's rotate it Z. Like, no, not that way. Z. X rotate this way. Okay, there we go. Now let's see what this looks like. There we go. Now we bring this up a little higher. There it is. And now my environment options, what we can do, since we still have this in here. Now this is blocking the sun from coming around. So I could theoretically bring this dome. See what I did? I just brought the dome around so that the sun is coming in around the front of my figure a little bit. And we could bring this down. We could tint it with a tiny bit of yellow. Okay, save this. And now let's see, let's bring this fog wall down a little bit. You don't need it quite so high, like a little haze. Little haze, smoke on the water kind of thing. And all right, I absolutely adore. You know, there are parts. You know, the Daz store gets probably like maybe a D plus. Okay, you know, I'm not going to give it an F because there's a lot of really, you know, I'm going to be fair to like Howie Farks and and you know, Frost. I can't remember his first name, and the you know, the Mesh Grabber and Matteo and all of these people who make all these. Sickle Yield is pretty amazing. All of the really cool stuff she's made. There are a lot of amazing people in the Daz store, but then there's this pig pile of all this trash and scum shit that's been just made. All this, you know, glam and plasticky, you know, trashy, you know, that's dragged that down to like maybe a D plus. All right, dragged all that good work down to that. Riversoft art, exactly. Okay, we're talking about very good people who have made. So I'm not going to give them an F because not that we're talking the store. Okay, now when it comes to Daz Studio itself, I would say Daz Studio is somewhere up in the B, maybe a B level, C, B minus, you know, B. I would say a B. It's got work to do, but when you look into Daz Studio, when you get working and you find out, oh my God, there's all these shaders and there's all these properties, and yes, there's a lot of also a lot of lithium. There's also all of these people who make HDRIs, these beautiful HDRIs that we use, and there's just so much amazing stuff in the Daz store. This HDRI, look at the majesty of this image, okay? And I just put this image onto a plane, okay? So I think this color, instead of being yellow, I tinted the sky. It should be orange, okay? So that it doesn't look kind of greenish. And we go orange, and then it looks a little bit better. So maybe a little bit more red. Yeah, see how that works? And so it doesn't look green. And yeah, stonemason. Yeah, Daz, this is what we want. This is what we want. And, you know, and the thing is that all they've done is really kind of cheapen the store. Yeah, so, I mean, and, you know, unfortunately, there are so many artists, and what Daz should just do is simply say, no, we don't want all this trashy, you know, tawdry stuff in the store. Go back and make something better, okay? Now, you know, all of the gowns and the dress, and all they're going to do is then flood it with more female hair, more female gowns, more extravagant female stuff, and no male stuff. You know, so it doesn't matter. They're just they have pushed all the other artists away, and all they have left is this whole group of lesbians and these you know, kind of lecherous men making all this female stuff for big boob, you know, whatever, for females. It's all, you know, pretty girls and all this stuff, and it's just all, that's all that's left, because they've just pushed they've pushed everybody out, and they're just fed up. Like we are, like I'm getting to the point where I just, you know, every time I go into the Daz store, I get disgusted. I just get disgusted by it, you know? And it's not because it's not good artwork. It's because it's one-sided. It's just toxic. It's toxic femininity, all right? It's toxic sexuality. It's like way overly sexualized. And, you know, and that's it. It's just, and, you know, and I have no problem with that if it was just the tip of the iceberg, and underneath was this big girth of of good work, but it's not. It's just getting worse and worse and worse until it's just going to sink. The whole thing's going to just sink, and it's just terrible. They're just becoming less and less and less relevant. So, yeah. No, I believe, Lithium, that is their, it's like, okay, let's look at the store, okay? All right, do you think this sells? Is this sex? No, this right here is not sex selling, okay? This is sexual, okay? If they had this here, but they don't want to sell, because if this sells, it breaks their, it all of a sudden it becomes part of their margin. It's like, oh, a male item just sold. So we should be making more male items. They don't want it to sell. So they give us this, okay? And then they give us this, pretty, until we get down to, okay, this, okay? Until we get down to this. Do you think, did you buy these morphs? I didn't. There, you see what I'm saying? This is the male. This is what we get for males. Then pretty, see? This guy, he's just, I don't know, but it's just, compared the artwork that went into this face and the skin texture, looks like it's just one color. Okay, compared to the artwork that went into this, okay? And this kind of goofy hair, it's no wonder why didn't he sell? It's like, look at this hair. It's all of a sudden hair for a male. It looks terrible. And then we finally have a really hot male, okay? Obviously it's a male because he's hairy, okay? So it must be a male, all right? So why didn't this male sell, And I mean, AM is an amazing artist. But I'm just saying, this is what we get for males, okay? Why didn't it sell? And then we go down pretty, and then we get this hot uniform with the yellow legs. I just rushed right out. I had to buy this, okay? So, for $11, and you can also use it for a female just in case, okay? So then pretty until we get to this kind of, I don't know if it's, I believe a male, but it's supposed to be, I'm not sure what it is, okay? But these ones are obviously females. And then this hot guy, why didn't he sell, It's like it's so gorgeous. It's this pattern. Look how hot he is, okay? Now this guy, he's supposed to be Frost and Frozen. And I'm not sure, is it a guy? Is it a girl? I don't know. But why didn't it sell? Really, why? Look, she sold. Oh, look how pretty these are. Look at this pretty stuff, okay? All right. Why didn't he sell? He's kind of, hate to sell you, but he's kind of hideous. Well, if this Agent Jones, if you're this is pretty nice. This is nice work here, okay? But you go like this hair, kind of looks a little feminine to me, okay? I don't know that was actually made. It doesn't look very brute to me, okay? So in other words, he's kind of a little bit feminized, okay? Because these artists don't even know how to make and it's like, oh yeah, and it works for females. So really, was it even made for a male? Okay? That's the question I want to know. And you can tell when you look at this area that this looks kind of like something looks kind of, feminine here, all right? If you look at that, it does look a little bit like, does it really belong on a male? You know, and that's you. It's just I know all the I know all the little tells of clothing. Okay, and you look at the butt area too, and if there's like, and they don't show it, but only a couple of times. Like, see a little bit here. You can't really see it from straight on. There's a little bit more there. Okay, it's like, okay, I'm not sure that this works here for me, okay? So, you know, that's just saying. But I feel like you're the perfect person to help fix this. Work on making hair in XGen and sell male hair on the store. I'm done here with this. I had to go out and get a job, a real job, okay? Because this channel was just, once it got monetized and I realized that I was going to earn like, you know, 70 cents a day on ads, it was like, okay, I can't continue this. You know, YouTube went and demonetized my gay channel for Christmas, okay? Oh, just because, oh, it's too sexualized. Oh, really? And then you just see there's just like other stuff that is way beyond my channel, and they never have a problem. Oh, but that's put out by really famous people, and so they never mess with them because they're part of some major label. They're part of some major company, corporation, so they never bother with them. And as soon as they hit 100,000 subscribers, they got their award. Right, it's right up on their mantelpiece. Oh yeah, they're 100,000 subscribers. I'm up to 200,000 subscribers. No award. No, I'm never. You know, it's just I'm tired of this. I am tired to death of fighting some kind of like on and off again homophobia with YouTube. Okay, I'm tired. They have insulted my art up and down and up and down and up and down in just so many ways. And my fans are caught in the middle. They love my art. Every day they leave these like YouTube knows, these are the kinds of, YouTube knows what I like. You know, so YouTube, these are the kinds of comments I get. And it's just, and you know, to think there's somebody at YouTube, somebody there, and it's like, I'm tired of that. I don't know who it is, but it's somebody that's just kind of really nasty, a nasty person at YouTube. It's in their team, this team thing, yeah. Bully team that they call, yeah. And so I just had to go out and get a job, you know, and I just had to, some job was willing to take me, and so I earn what I earn in YouTube. You know, I can earn that in a day. What I earn on YouTube in a month. And I've been living month to month for the last 4 or 5 years on that little amount that's just enough. And then they keep like shutting me off. They shut me off a gay channel. They shut me, and Cherry, yes, these are all awesome people. And they shut me off during Pride last year, a gay channel. They demonetized my channel during Pride, you know? So, yeah, that's what I call a nasty, rotten person. I don't know if it's the CEO of Google. I don't know who it is, all right? But that's nasty, okay? That's just nasty, rotten people, yeah. So that's what they got there. That's what they got here at YouTube, is that kind of stuff. So, and because I have videos of gay people falling in love and holding hands, and beautiful music that talks about their romance and how they met and how they love each other and how they, you know, they're forever in love, or it's all these themes about romance, and YouTube says, oh, it turned it all into this, oh, this is sex. And it's like, really? Really? Is that what it is? It's like, yeah, you know, and so it's just, yeah. And Cherry, that's, yeah, it has happened to me, and I am a nice person. I know I am, you know, I know I'm a nice person, and this is what, there's, you know, it's like you can look at things two ways. You're right, William. You are right. You can look at things like you can look at romance and you can say, oh, that's sex, okay? Or you can look at it and say that's love, okay? Now, there's a point where romance becomes sex, okay? Where it's just so sexualized that it becomes sex. But is it really? You know, if it's, and that's the thing, is when somebody comes in and thinks, you know, that they know the answer, it's not really sex unless somebody's naked, okay? Unless it looks like they're actually performing, you know, they're undulating, like the act of back and forth kind of, that's sex, okay? That is sex. But if they're kissing, if they're hugging affectionately, okay, and it's only a brief moment, okay, where that happens, that is love, okay? It's very kind of clear cut. If they're naked and if you see private parts, that's sex, okay? There's no nakedness in any of my videos. There's no private parts, okay? There's just occasionally, towards the end, usually, there'll be a moment where they meet, they shake hands, and hi, how are you? And then they talk, and they laugh, and they have dinner together. They go out, and they do these things, okay? And in the end, they might kiss and hug and say, I love you. And then, you know, I Love Lucy, the thing starts playing, I love Lucy, and she loves me, kind of thing. You know, at the end, it's like, it's just, that's the formula for my art. It's not sexual, it's romance. But somebody at YouTube thinks they know what sexual content is. Sexual content is when you see genitalia, when you see nakedness, okay? Or when you see prolonged, you know, romantic exposure. And I don't mean kissing, I mean laying in bed, rolling over, and doing undulating things, even though there's no parts shown. There's, you know, but apparently YouTube doesn't know that. And that's the thing, is, you know, that somebody is there, you know, putting themselves, their own, like, and, you know, yeah, exactly. You can find this stuff like all over YouTube, but it's my channel they're attacking, and they kind of attack it regularly, okay? Where I get up in the morning and it's like one of my videos somewhere, this video, that video, they've just decided to attack me again and say, oh, this video's got to have an adult rating, or this video isn't safe for you know, for us to sell drugs on, you know? It's not okay, it's not good enough to sell some of this crappy stuff that they that they sell. You know, even religion, you know, this fantasy of religion, some of these religions that want to take and push their religion onto other people, you know, it's not good enough, but they can sell religion, you know, we can sell this fantasy, this faked made up religion stuff, but okay. But, you know, that's the thing is, and there's just a ton, you know, it's like there are videos of orgies, you know, on YouTube that, you know, that, yeah, they're not showing naked body parts, okay, but they're having an orgy, okay, and that video has gotten more views than my entire channel, and YouTube has never said a word to them. They have never told them that the advertisers, you know, there's a problem with advertising on that video. They've never shut their video off during the busiest Christmas holiday of the year. They've never shut them off during Pride Month, okay? Or, you know, for 3 months. So from May, June, and July, shut off. No money. Rex, find out how you're going to pay your $20,000 loan payments. Find it somewhere, Rex. Sorry, but we decided that we just, you know, we're just going to demonetize you for the busiest month of the year. So this is what's kind of happening with that. So it's romance. Yeah, it's like, you know, showing, you know, if you were to take, you know, Michelangelo's David and just show his midsection, you know, up close. That's, you know, but when you show him like standing out in front of, you know, some big, I don't know, Italian mausoleum or whatever, then it's not, it's fine art, okay? And that's the thing is this, my art is in the context of monogamous romance, gay romance, okay? I'm very careful kind of about that to a degree, so I don't show, you know, what it does to my followers, okay, to my subscribers, is it makes them feel proud. It makes them feel like they don't want to die, you know, that their life, they may never find that kind of love, but it makes them feel better, okay, about their life and about where they are. It makes them cry, okay? And the person that's bringing that to them, YouTube feels that it's appropriate to keep harassing that person who's bringing that experience to them, okay? And to try and like cut off their form of, if I put out too many videos in a month, they just start bearing down on me and then turning off my videos and saying, oh, this video, you know, when I've already gotten permission to use the copyright from the copyright owner, they'll reflag the content, and like literally every time I start to put a new video, they'll take one away, and even though I've already contacted the owner of that content and they have given me permission, they'll reflag the content and say, oh, you have to ask the owner again. And if you ask the owner again and again and again and again, maybe eventually the owner will say no. This is just, and you know, and so, you know, I just find that YouTube is not, it's not a career. It's not a career anymore for me. Yeah, well, William, yeah, I I would say you probably do get it worse. Yeah, there's no place. YouTube hasn't made any place for that on there. X, is run by, the Musk, who is supposedly all this conservative Christian, part of the whole conservative Christian, whatever that is, fake Christian stuff. X is just loaded with porn, but YouTube, it's like, and all the stuff that is in, is in my, so I also value the community. I value the YouTube community, and that's why I really try to make my my stuff with. I try to make my stuff with the on YouTube fit and go along well with the community. Oh, it scares me. It scares me to see myself. All right, that was scary. So I value the community. I used to live in Texas, William. I used to live in Dallas, Texas. My grandfather was born in Dallas, Texas. I love Texas. I love Texas. So I lived in Dallas, Texas for a year when I was 18 years old on my own. I made it around. I survived Dallas, Texas in the whole gay community. They helped me survive those years of my life, and it was a very good experience. I love Dallas, Texas, especially. So yeah. So, but yeah, I value the YouTube community, but I do not believe they're right about my art. I don't believe that they're maybe at times they've been right, okay, but not. I don't believe they're right in this particular instance. My channel doesn't have any nudity at all, okay, none. And the romance that's there is just kissing, and it's not necessarily deep kissing. There's a little bit of stuff goes kind of a little on the edge, okay, but it's not that bad. And the thing is that if my fans would like a lot more. Yeah, my fans. Oh, thank you, N Cherry. Thank you very much. Yeah, I believe that YouTube is completely wrong in this particular instance, but I believe that they've been right at times. Okay, so, but I believe they're wrong. I believe they're just like distastefully wrong, incredibly callously. I would say bordering evil wrong, okay? Where they're just injecting their own kind of poison into my work. And the thing is that my fans want more of that romance. If I put out a video that has, and they think my fans come to my channel for, for sexual gratification. It's like, are they really that stupid to know that that they can just, if they want sexual gratification, they can just go to a porn site and they don't even have to log in, and it's free. It's all over the internet. It's all over the internet. You think they're really coming to my channel for that? I mean, how stupid can somebody be to not know that, if they're looking for sexual gratification, it's not in my videos, okay? the sexual gratification is with naked people, okay? It's not with people that are fully clothed and walking hand in hand and walking through a field and swimming together and having, and tossing a ball in the water and laughing and then maybe hugging and maybe kiss. That's love. And that's the thing, is what I tried to show, is to normalize and say this is what romance is. This is not sex. And it's a teaching thing to my community, my gay community, to say this isn't hooking up, okay? This is when two people actually meet and they fall in love, okay? And they actually care about one another enough to stay and date and actually stay together and meet each other on what's something that's very, very foreign to most people. It's called a second date. Well, they kind of already have. They have resolved themselves. I went out and got a job, all right? And so I'm not reliant on my income anymore from YouTube. So at this point, they've lost a creator, because now somebody else is willing to actually pay me a living wage for what I do, okay? For what I do for them, okay? And not just keep ripping it away and telling me insulting things, that my channel is sexual gratification. And, it's like they don't know, obviously they don't know what sexual gratification is, because sexual gratification is pornography. That's when people actually get naked, and they do things together, okay? That you can see, all right? And none of that is on my channel, all right? And all you have to do is click a link and you're right there. You don't have to, you don't have to sign in. You can just look at it. That's the way the internet is. You don't even probably have to tell them you're 18, and you can watch, it's all over the internet, okay? It's all over the internet. It's all over Twitter. It's all over these places. It's all over Blue Sky now, the new Blue Sky. It's just loaded with. So I don't know, William. YouTube has decided that they know what the difference between love and sex. They know the difference. They seem to think they do. Okay, but when I go to a porn site, okay, which I don't know that you're even allowed to say the word porn on YouTube, but when I go to a porn site, okay, that is sexually gratifying material, okay? But just when I see two men kiss, or women kiss, or a man and a woman kiss, okay, it does have to do with context, and that's what I do, is I build that context. I build that context, and I show them meeting, bumping into each other somewhere in the store or something, and then they find out where each other live. They bump into each other again, and then they start talking together, and you see them sitting and talking. You see them meeting and and doing that kind of thing, and then you see them walking on the beach together. You see maybe one of them painting the other one, or them fixing their collar or something, and and then they meet again, and they knock on the door and they come back. Oh, it's like, wow. It's like they're not hooking up because they've actually just gone and met each other a second time. Isn't that amazing? You know, that's what's called love, okay? That's when people actually they meet somebody more than once, okay? It's so, yeah, that's what I'm trying to show the gay community, is that you know, love is when you go and see somebody again. You know, when you go and you actually date somebody. It's, you go on a date. You don't just knock on their door and show up, get undressed and have sex and then leave and never see them again. You know, that's love. Okay? And somewhere in that, okay, there may be something sexually gratifying about that. Maybe more so than promiscuous sex. It might actually be more gratifying. And is that really wrong? You know, to show people, to try and say, this, you know, this is substantial. This has substance. This is art. This is an art form, okay? Is to teach people that there is something more when people actually interact in a longer kind of relationship, okay? More durable kind of experience. And, you know, and to have someone, and it says in the Bible, if you want to talk about more morality, okay, it says, love thinketh no evil. Okay? Love thinketh no evil. And you see, when somebody looks at somebody's love and they think evil about it, and they say, oh, that kind of love is evil. That, their love, their particular kind of love is evil. See, that is what that means. That love thinketh no evil. And what that means is that it's imposing evil onto love. Okay? It's imposing somebody's, like, you know, homophobia or whatever onto somebody else's love. Okay? It's like saying, you know, and it's just like, and that's what, to me, that's what that means. Love thinketh no evil. And that is the, because, you know, does love think? It's supposed, it's, you know, love doesn't think. Love's not a person. It's people who think, okay? It's people who think. And when they take and look at somebody, at two gay people, their love, and they think evil, okay? That is the sin, okay? That is the sin, okay? Is when you take somebody else's love and you say, this is sexually explicit. This is sexual gratification. No, it's not. It is love. Okay? And that's what YouTube has done, is they have thought evil of somebody else's love and said, oh, this is sexual gratification. And it's, you know, is it really? Is it, YouTube? Is it sexual gratification? Or are you debasing and putting some sort of label on it? This isn't love. This isn't real love. This is, oh, really? Is that right? Is gay love sexual gratification? or is it love? And that's, it's just wrong. That's what that's the thing, is it's wrong. Yeah, that's the thing, William, that it's everywhere. Okay? There are just a lot of people who, it says, love doesn't think. Okay? People think. People think things, all right? They think. Love thinketh no evil. Okay? Just think about that, all right? And so when you sin against God by thinking evil of somebody else's love, there will be a price to pay. Okay? There will be a price to pay. And it's going to have to do, it's like spirit. The spirit is the way, the vibe that people get from your business, from your company, okay? And when you think evil of somebody's love, you are expelling the good spirits, the spirits that make your company grow, the spirits that draw people to your company. Okay, you are driving that elusive spirit away with darkness. Okay, because that imposition that you're imposing on somebody else's artwork, okay, that is the darkness. It's not the gay love that's dark. It's your imposition on it that is darkness, and that expels that spiritual light. It pushes that out. It creates a kind of a dark world. Yes, well, it's very nice, William. I don't necessarily love all things, I don't like homophobia. I don't like when people bully, lesbians around, and I don't like when people take, lesbians and try to apply their religion to them, like what some in the Muslim world have done, tried to do, and it's happened in Texas. Okay, they're lesbians who were attacked in a park, and brutally, just in a horrible way. That's love thinketh no evil. Okay, that's it's the same thing. It's that somebody thinking evil of someone else's love. And it's just very obvious what that scripture means. Love thinketh no evil. And that's what it is, because if you say you love and you look at somebody's love and you think evil, you are nothing. You don't have love. You don't have a community. You don't have a wonderful place to be. You don't have a place that's inclusive. You don't have a place that's inviting. Okay? You're driving people out. Okay? And that's the same thing as like in the Daz store. It's like, I have no problem with it. Like I told you, I'm liberal. I'm very liberal. I have no problem with G-strings and bikinis and scantily clothes and everything. But when it becomes the only thing there, all right, and everything else gets pushed out, then it's that then they are thinking evil, so that the only thing that's allowed in the store is a bunch of like beastly kind of males and poorly made male hair and all this stuff. It's just... So let's render this scene. Let's save it. Let's look at our render settings. That's your lesson. You might not know this about me, but I am ordained clergy. Okay, I went out and actually got ordained, and I spent many, many years memorizing scriptures. So at one point, I just kind of realized that that I didn't believe it all. You know, at one point I thought I believed it all, and you might refer to me as a fundamentalist. But when I realized that I didn't believe it all, then I just realized that, you know, I could find half truths in a lot of other things too. So it was just, you know, so I decided to just take from it what I thought, like love thinketh no evil. To me, it's a very good scripture. Whenever I think of that scripture, I think of people imposing their standards of love on other people. And yeah, well, I agree with that in principle. Okay. I guess I'm not really the best Christian in the world because there are some people I can't forgive. You know, maybe I'm not that good of a person. Okay. But when somebody goes into a black church and shoots a bunch of people, black people, you know, maybe they can forgive that. Maybe they can go in and tell that person, that young white person, that they forgive them. But I don't think I can. I don't think I can find any forgiveness for them. I'm not that good of a person, maybe, okay? But I don't find forgiveness for that kind of thing. So I just, you know, that I find that to be unforgivable. You know, certain things are just too terrible yeah, there's no love in that at all. Well, I'm since I kind of left, you know, religion, I'm a little bit of everything. You know, I find some parts of paganism, like their worship of the earth and the worship of nature. Maybe not the worship of nature, but appreciation of nature. And there's a lot of things in the pagan religion I don't agree with also, like sacrifice and stuff. There's a lot of things so I just take the best out of stuff. And I try and take the best out of all religions. I am now multi-religious. There's a little, if I see something in a religion that is loving and good and kind and of good report and pure, and then I will adapt that into my thinking. And so even, in Islam and all religions, if I find something that's beautiful, and then it becomes part of my see. So I'm like part of all. I don't have any one religion that and I don't. There's no religion that I just, probably even black magic. I don't know if blood magic has anything valuable in it, really. Because most of it's just taken from other religion, and then there's just a bunch of, I don't know, mayhem. So, so there are some religions, I don't know if there's anything redeeming in them, maybe anything at all, so, but, but I think that most religions have, like in the American Indians, how they revere the earth and the sky, that's part of my religion because I believe in that. And the Zoroastrians, how they believe that they need to repair the earth and make the earth pure and whole and beautiful again, and take care of the earth and be stewards of the earth and make the earth and bring the earth to a perfect place. That's part of my religion too, because there are just things that I believe in that are, and so destroying the earth and too much fracking and too much of this, just crumbling and destroying, turning everything into rubble and dust, and just cutting down ancient forests that have been there for millions of years and stuff. Yeah, I think we need to concentrate more on preserving the earth than destroying it. So there are just I can pretty much I can participate in just about any religion. Maybe I'll bow down to their God, but there's a lot of it that I just don't believe in. But maybe because you just never know if any of these gods are. I don't know if any of them are real or not. So it doesn't hurt to say a little prayer to their God, but and then just look at their religion and find out what's good in it and keep that, and the rest goes into the trash. The rest of it just goes right in. And I found tons of stuff in the Bible that belong right in the trash. So yep, it's just that's what kind of made me think it's no different from any other religion. It's full of a bunch of trash too. It's full of truth and trash. And it's no different than what you would find in a magazine like Life, Look, Time, Reader's Digest, Saturday Evening Post. Any of those, you'll find a little bit of truth, a little bit of trash. So it's no different. There's no difference between that and even, like really nice religions like the American Indian religion. There's truth and there's trash. And it's in everything. It's in Buddhism. That's all, it's truth and trash. It's because it's mostly human made. So we go into render settings, we go to progressive renders, we go to maximum samples, maximum time, we turn off the render quality, we save it again. We're at 2000. Let's render this. Let's see what this looks like. So yeah, I'm really I'm a part of every religion. I practice them all to a small degree. So I am. It's the way I am. I just traced my family genealogy all the way back to the first king of Troy, and he was born in Ukraine, of all places. And you think, well, why would the first king of Troy be born in Ukraine? And you figure, well, Ukraine isn't that far from Turkey, and from that whole part of the world, it's not really that far away. So yeah, the first king of Troy was born in Ukraine, but he became the king of Troy. And there were all these kings that came after them. It's all written in history, and you bring that, and you can bring that. It goes up in through, like some of the French kings, and some of the kings that were like outside of the Roman Empire. One of the kings of Gaul, I believe, was said to be related to, and I'm related to him through that, I believe. He fought the Romans, and then I'm also related to Charlemagne. I'm related to through King Philip. I'm related to King Henry, the first king of England, so I'm a Tudor. I'm related to my family on one side goes all the way back to the New Testament, the Bible, and all the way back through Babylon and through and back to Adam and Eve, and the son who was Adam, who was the son of God. So my family goes all the way through Jewish history also, and it also goes through Norwegian history on both my father and mother's side of the family. It goes, my father's side of the family goes all the way back to the Frost, back to Icelandic mythology. And my mother's goes all the way back to King Saul, who was before the Vikings, and he was a Norwegian king of Sweden back in the year 600, and the Swedish people hated him. He lived in Norway but ruled Sweden, and they hated him terribly. Yeah, I go on her family. They go back to King Saul, so yeah, my family, and that's not even counting my my grandmother, who both of her parents were from Slovakia, and so that brings my family back. That would put me into probably that whole kind of Western Europe, maybe Ukraine and all that stuff, part of the family. So I have family from the other side that takes me back into, the first king of Troy. But then my grandmother on my other side of my family brings me back into, you could just look me up and find me and trace my genealogy on Family Search, and it goes back to Charlemagne. It goes back to the King Henry. So I'm Tudor, part of the Tudor family, and so all that incestuous stuff. So, but they did marry outside as long as it were royalty. Like they would give their daughters to other kings to have children with them. So I don't know, but that's how it all happened. And so my Slovakian grandmother, both of her parents were from Slovakia. One was from Prešov. I think they may have both been from the Prešov area. So, but who knows where that really goes now? Their family could go back into, it all goes way back into prehistory, wherever. It could go to Poland, it could go to Russia, it could go to Ukraine, it could go even to China. It could go in lots of different areas so who knows? But I haven't traced that one back in a while. So, but I think when I check it again, I'll probably find out that it goes way back to many different places. So that's all been kind of connected up. So this seems to be working. This fog is very reticulated. I don't know that it's going to ever. That's the thing. That's the one kind of problem with these large planes. When you use a large planes, it creates these little. It takes a long time for it to reticulate. Like I don't know how many iterations we're at right now. Okay, so it's like we're already up to 5,000, and this still looks terrible. I wish I knew kind of if there was a way to fix this, because this large plane is putting off like a wide array. It's like having a flashlight that's huge. It's not coming from a little beam of light. It's coming, from a point or whatever, a few little lights that are being pushed out. It's coming from millions of thousands of pixels, and each pixel is a flashlight all by itself. And so unfortunately, this is what kind of happens when you have a million pieces of light all shining out. It doesn't necessarily, it won't necessarily reticulate right. And so, unfortunately, and I haven't figured out how to kind of, if there's something in DAZ that I can fix to change that. So, yeah. But this is pretty nice. My mom is pagan. She is a Native American. To the Christian, she is pagan or of the devil. Yeah, well, that's just not right, okay? That's not right about, and I'm not sure that Christians, a lot of Christians believe in a Trinity, and that's 3 gods, okay? So that's paganism as well. It's polytheism, let's put it that way. Okay, it's more than one God. If you have God the Father and God the Son and God the Holy Spirit, that is 3 gods. Okay, so that is polytheism. Now, whether if there's some kind of miracle that makes all those gods into one, that is still yet to be understood. And I would say probably 99% of most Christians don't understand the Trinity. Okay? So, so do they have 3 gods? If they don't understand the Trinity, I would say yeah. So you can pray to any one of them. You can pray to God the Father, or you could pray to the Son, to Jesus, dear Jesus. Or you can pray to the Holy Spirit, dear Holy Spirit, speak to me, Holy Spirit. You can pray to them all if you'd like. And which one is God? That is paganism, okay? Or polytheism, all right? So that's all. I'm not saying that the God the Father and God the Son and God the Holy Spirit, I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what it is. And I'm not saying that praying to the moon or the sun or the eagle or the desert, you know, that is wrong either, or right, you know. I'm just saying that's what it is. And just because somebody from one religion thinks evil of another religion, okay? Love thinketh no evil. Okay? People think evil, and they call it love, but it's not, okay? And that's the thing. And, you know, if people are thinking that evil of good people, of somebody else's love, that, you know, that's one part I do take from the Bible, or I take from all of these religions, to not criticize others. And, you know, it's somebody like, you know, like somebody who causes violence towards other people. Like, yeah, I can't really forgive that kind of person, okay? Now, if they turn their life around and they go out and do all kinds of good deeds, maybe it doesn't erase what they did, but at least it's something better, okay? But the thing is that, but the person who thinks evil, like, you know, of somebody who's a street bum or whatever, homeless person who stinks and they don't take a bath and they don't, you know, and they just think evil of them, you know, is that love? No, it's not love. That's not love. And I pulled up to a median today, and there was a homeless man, and it was bitter cold outside. And unfortunately, there was a car between me and him. Okay, so I couldn't just reach out, and I wanted to give him money, but I had to like get out in traffic and go over and walk up, and he had his head underneath some kind of thing trying to keep warm. Hopefully he wasn't froze to death there, sitting, And, love thinketh no evil. And if people are, taking your mother's Native American faith and belief system, of revering the earth and loving the eagle and the eagle feathers and the birds that are like spirits and spirit animals and all of that beautiful lore that we learn from that, and somebody's thinking evil, is that love? No, I don't believe that. Those are things that I do take from Christianity, is that's not love, that is evil. It's not love, okay? Because love thinketh no evil. And so, yeah, and especially when, there's, but, you can look at somebody who's caused violence, and, that you have to protect yourself from that. Society has to be protected from violence, okay? Now, but, how somebody can say that somebody's love should be treated like violence, that's just somebody thinking evil. Taking somebody's love and attributing another, it's called condescensio. It's applying attributes from something and saying, oh, this is pornography. We're going to apply attributes to that, from that to love. Okay, so your love is nothing more than sex. Okay, somebody else's love, oh, that's perfect. That's pure love. But somebody else's love, oh, that's just sex. That's applying attributes. It's condescension. It's applying something from something else to another thing, okay? And that is, it's thinking evil. That's a form of evil. And taking God and applying him to the Son, or applying him to a person, a man, or that's taking attributes from God and applying it to a human, or to a spirit, or to a bird, or something like that. And now, is that wrong? Well, who knows? Because, they're in love. There are some sexual elements. Okay, so, but does that sexual element usurp the entire thing? Does it become the entire thing? Just because there's a sexual element doesn't mean that their love is just purely sexual. It certainly isn't, There's kindness, there's joy, peace, faith, hope, and charity. There's all these different parts of love. It's not just sex. It's not just eros. There's other kinds of love involved. Okay, and as long as there are other kinds of love, eros can be part of that, and it doesn't necessarily then, and to call the entire thing, you know, sexually gratifying material, it's like, really, you know, when really, sexually gratifying, erotic love is part of love. And it doesn't have to be depicted, you know, graphically. It can be just kind of alluded to by a kiss or an embrace, or, you know, or maybe a really, not just like a kiss on the cheek, you know, that's just kind of like friendship love, but by a good kiss, you know, and that can still be, and that can be, that doesn't mean that the entire thing is just all of a sudden, oh, because they had a big kiss, that means their entire relationship is just sex. You know, that's condescension. That's taking the attributes of something and applying it to the whole thing. And to say, well, because a person is godlike, they must be God. They're God, you know? And that's not really the way it works. So, but, you know, sometimes, you know, people just have simple minds. They can't grasp. You know, these things that I'm talking about, I've known for many, many years. Like for 30, 40 years. I've known like that love thinketh no evil, and condescensio, applying attributes from one thing. You can apply them up, you can apply them down, you can say God is like humans, or you can say that God breathed, God saw. Well, humans see, but does God actually have eyes to see? So you're applying human things to God, or you're applying godly things to humans. These are things I've known like most of my adult life. But, you know, I just don't feel like that the people, you know, that are judging my art, I don't think they have any clue at all. I just think they're just kind of like, just not there, you know. I just don't think they understand anything, you know, at all. They're just, it's like the wind, it just blows everywhere, blows every which way, you know. They're winds of doctrine. And, you know, when really it's very simple, you know, if there's no nudity and if there's no like, you know, say, you know, undulation, like actual kind of motions of an intercourse, if there's none of that, then it's not sex, okay? It's, all right, as long as there's no nudity and there's no, you know, back and forth kind of motion, it's not sex. Sorry, it's that, it pretty much falls under the part of love, okay? Or you know, a kiss is part of love, even if it's, you know, a pretty heavy kiss. It's part of love. Sexuality is deeper than that. And it's really kind of that simple. The only thing is that sometimes kissing can be rolling over on the, and you know, can become incredibly, and if it's a long kiss that takes like a long period, you know, like a minute, then then you know, you could theoretically say that that's, but if it's just a brief moment, so then so yeah, I think that those are kind of the things. But, you know, YouTube has videos of like 1 minute, you know, 1 minute kisses, you know, and that's what it says in the title, 1 minute kiss, you know. And, you know, they're fine with that. But, you know, my videos, they just have found, they've got somebody there to just think evil, all this evil. It's like, that's what they do. They spend all day just thinking evil, kind of a menace to the world. And they just keep doing it over and over and over, and they have no conception of what they're doing. They're not, they don't really have, they don't have the right to be making decisions when they haven't really studied the subject, okay? So, at this point, it's been 4 hours and 25 minutes. I'm going to let this render and render and render up until probably it stops, because it might, this fog is starting to sort of reticulate a little bit. So, I'm wondering if I should have put like a ground level fog too, just a little bit, and kind of brought it up in through from up there into here. But it's okay. It's just, now, you know, this is, you know, this is all sex, you know, because he's got his shirt off, so it's obviously, you know, sexually erotic, and he's just thinking about sex, and that's all he wants is sex. And, you know, this is what love thinketh no evil. When somebody comes, he's just, you know, when you take somebody and you impose your thoughts, you see a woman who's scantily dressed, and you say, oh, she wants sex. That's love. That's thinking evil of somebody. Just because they might be scantily dressed doesn't mean they want to have sex with you, okay? But when your art, you know, when somebody thinks evil of your art, you know, and they keep doing it over and over with my channel, they just keep doing it over and over. The same person just crawls up out of their rock, from under their rock, and does it again and again and again. And YouTube obliges. They're just like a bunch of stooges, you know. And it's like I could just impose, you know, thoughts that, you know, what he wants. This is what he wants. This is all he is a sexual person. That's all he is he just wants sex. You know, is that really what this is? You know, wouldn't that be kind of like applying some sort of set of ideas onto something that's not there? You know, and it's to say, well, he's a person. He's a human being. He's just out checking to see if his boat is tied up. He ran outside. There's nothing sexual about this at all, okay? There's nothing at all other than the fact that somebody can think about it. But love thinketh no evil. It's the love inside. And you kind of know when something's sexual, when it's like completely, when there's nudity and when there's sex happening. When it's not really sex, you know, it's, kissing isn't sex. Kissing is romance. Okay, and that's a different thing. So, and, you know, because there's just so many places you can go. I don't know of any, like, male who looks for people kissing to derive sex. If a male wants to see something physical, they go to a website where they can see the act, you know, and they don't want to see they're not derived. They're deriving a sense of love and a sense of beauty and a sense of romance from seeing kissing. Okay, they're not deriving, you know. And if that inspires something, they're more likely to just leave and go and find something that's actually sexual. It might be something that opens the door to something that like that, but it's not that in itself. Definitely not that in itself. It's not powerful enough to know that it takes more. It takes an actual sexual thing for that to happen. This is not enough. It's just not, okay? So no, not when there is actual, you know, that when there's actual people involved in that kind of stuff and videos and stuff. So I don't know of anyone that would think this is. They might think it's beautiful, they might think it's attractive, but it's not, doesn't take you to that level. Okay, this is 24,000 iterations, and this fog, okay, it just finished. Okay, this is Friedrich Skyman, FRED. All right, it just happened to quit and finish at 24,000. All right, I guess that works. This is the way it's going to be. It's about as good as it's going to get. Thank you for people for watching. I will see you in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. I didn't get to the theme. I'm probably going to change the name of this video to like my rant on the Daz store. I probably should go in and change this because I really didn't talk at all about the product that I started out talking about. Welcome, Paul. Welcome. Just one moment. It is very nice to have you here. Thank you, Angus, kindly for being here and putting up with my rant. I think you've been here all night. Paul, welcome. It's very nice. You may not like this video. It was all just talking about how much, how displeased I am with the Daz store. I got a job, and so I'm going to be out working a job, making some good money, and finally I'm out from under the people at YouTube who just keep thinking evil about my channel. You know, they have just obviously don't know what love is at all. So yep, it's happened too many times, and I'm not. So somebody else has decided to pay me for my time, okay? To pay me fairly, more fairly, and more consistently, and more. And I just bought a brand new car. So yeah, $32,000 car. So yeah, the things are looking up for me. And the powers that be are shining. The gods, whatever it is, they're helping me to get further, you know. And you know, it's not all of YouTube is bad. There's some really nice people on there. They're struggling to make a living, and unfortunately, you know, they're working very hard for what little they get, but maybe it's something good. So my mother worked in the cotton fields in the Great Depression. Wow, that's really tough work. Yeah, I used to be a stoop laborer. I used to work in the blueberry barrens, and I used to in the burning hot sun from 9 to 5, which isn't that long, but out in the burning hot sun all day, just stooping over and raking blueberries. So, and it's not nearly as bad as the cotton fields. The cotton fields were horrible. They just ruined your body. So, yeah, William, I understand where you're coming from. And, she raised a son who loves people, okay? And so she did good. She did good by you when you, and just, my advice is open your mind to all the good things in all the religions and just leave all the bad stuff behind. Just leave behind all the bad stuff, just belongs in the trash. And take all the beautiful stuff from all the religions. There's good stuff in it all, okay? Open your mind to the good stuff. Your heart will tell you what is right, okay? If you love, and so it'll tell you, it'll keep you from, letting people make a fool of you, That's what happens, is that people just love to make a fool of you. They like to do that, and they're jealous or something. I don't know what it is. They're upset because they don't have the same level of love that you do, and they're never going to find it by hating more, by putting their feelings out. So, Paul, I hope you're having a wonderful day. We had N Cherry here. We've had William here. Angus, my dear friend. Angus is the supporter of this channel. This channel would not be here if it wasn't for Angus. We have Lithium Logica, who has been here as well. We have had Serenity's Gate, who has been here through many, many videos, like Angus, from the beginning right to the end, no matter how long they go. William has talked a lot. We've had Michael Bishop here, who was also very helpful in the chat. Today's been, Chris Cox came in, and 044 was here earlier today. Thank you, people. I'm going to be back. Yes, I did get a job. I will be back to this channel with some more, maybe just so I can rant about how rotten the Daz store is. It's like, I'm not going to stop until they fix it, so that's the thing, is that it's just terrible. So, but we'll get it. At least Daz Studio is nice. I don't have to be exposed to the sexism in Daz Studio. When I open it up, there's just not all that, lingerie and all that, and that men are all beasts. The men in the store, they're just, and the male stuff is like, it's just these, it's the culture. It's the culture that's, they've obviously just they're not well-rounded people. They're socially warped, okay? They're not out to enrich culture. They're out to politicize it, okay? And that's the thing, is that's not culture. That's tyranny. It's a form of tyranny. So, yeah. And that's what's going on in the Daz store. And until they fix it, I just don't see anything. I don't see anything good happening in the Daz store. until they start to address this and fix it. Okay? So that's my humble opinion. I have been here for, I haven't started my job yet, so but I'm officially hired, and so I will be starting soon. And once I do, they're going to be taking my time, and I'm going to be coming home tired. And probably the last thing I'm going to want to do is, work some more and come on here. But I will find time to come back. You will see me. I will not abandon this channel. I will not abandon my fans who have been nothing but good to me. They have been really good to me. The same with my fans on my other channels. I will not abandon them. I will still come back and see you. All right. So at this point, but somebody has decided to furnish my life with a living wage and a consistent one. All right. And they're not attacking my work. Okay. So that's the thing, is that they actually are very empathetic people. And I feel like I'm in good hands, when you don't have somebody thinking evil of your work. So that's the thing, is that, so thank you people for watching. Angus, have a good night. Paul, we got William. William, take care, and everything is beautiful. You have a beautiful life. Look to all the good things. That had a beautiful mother. You have a beautiful faith. Okay, take the best things out of it and leave all the ugly stuff. Throw all the ugly stuff right in the trash. That's where it belongs. Okay? Just throw it away. Haul the trash out and get it out of your world. Okay? And just carry the light stuff. Carry the good stuff. And Cherry, if I missed you, I'm sorry. And Cherry, you have a wonderful night. And Cherry, I don't know if I missed you, but I might have jumped over, but yeah, you are awesome as well. I love you all. I am not leaving. I will be back, okay? I'm going to play this just real quickly, and I'll be back to say good night again, okay? Good night, people. It's been very nice being here and being part of this channel. And I do want to thank YouTube for at least allowing me to have this channel to say the things that I say, to kind of express my viewpoint on things, my educated opinion of things, because I do kind of know a few things about life. So, all right. I thank you. Good night to you all. Good morning, whatever it's doing in your part of the world. I thank you very much for being here, and I will see you again soon. All right. Angus, good night. All of you, and Cherry, William, and anybody else. We got Lithium Logica. Again, we'll go back through. And yes, and we got Serenity's Gate. All of you are awesome, awesome, awesome. Michael Bishop, if you're still around. And we had Chris Cox. And we also had 044. Good night to you all. Bye-bye.